All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Long Beach City Council. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence led by council members in Dejas.
Would you like me to do roll call before we start the pledge, Mayor? Roll call before the pledge?
Oh, let's start with, we'll do the pledge, then we'll do roll call. How about that?
Okay.
Let's do the pledge. We're already in pledge formation.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, if you would join me for a moment of silence as we remember 9/11, 22 years ago, and the impacts that it's had on our country ever since, and let's focus on the unity that it brought to us, and let's remember those that we lost. Thank you. At this time, I invite you to face the flag and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council members in Dejas. Let's have our roll call, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Vice Mayor Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan.
Here.
Councilman Supernall.
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr.
Here.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Present.
Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin. Here. Councilmember Ricks Odie.
Here.
Mayor Richardson.
I am here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do we have a report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no reportable action from closed session.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, welcome to the City Council meeting. I'll go over some of the items that we have today. We'll go through, we have no presentations today. We have general public comment number 1. Then we're going to handle item 32, which is the appointment of the police oversight director. Then we're going to take on our 6-month update on homelessness. This is going to be a very comprehensive report, 6 months. So I know there are some additional items later on in the agenda. We historically take these items up first every other week during the declaration of emergency on homelessness. So that will happen. And then we will go into our hearing, and then we will hear the item on the LGB airport request. And then from there, we'll go on through Shoreline Village lease, consent, and the other items on the agenda. So let's go ahead and get started. We have 8 members of the public signed up for public comment. I'm going to read the names. Please make your way to the front. First is Anthony, then Kyle Seals, then Leslie Sanders, Jim Koch, Linda Thomas, First Amendment constituent, housing advocate, various topics, and Angela R. So Anthony, are you here? Please come forward.
How's it going, Rex, council members? You know my story is just not a story no more, Rex. My story have a name behind it. It's called the Anthony Holmes story. My trials and tribulations since I've been coming down here, March 7th, I done heard this, seen the mean stares, heard the threats, heard the whispers, but you know, what hurted me the most is when my own people turned their back on me. Councilwoman Kerr in Sydney. You know when a doctor come in and do surgery on a cancer patient, he doesn't go in and cut half of the cancer out just to get half of it out. He goes in and get the whole cancer out. With that being said, the cancer it already spread in our department, meaning I'm trying to make sure that department is cancer-free by this New Year's. So with supervisors by the name of George Diggs, Carla Medina, Dimitri Crawford, William Quinn, Edgar Panisse, they all need to go. They need to get fired. Just like Deco and Rudy and Frank Ramirez, they got to get up out of here. And I had a long meeting, 1-hour meeting with Don Henderson. What I got from that meeting at the end is that she's up against the same roadblocks that I'm fighting. But she had to look herself in the mirror and ask herself, Are you gonna keep letting them pimp you? Or are you gonna keep doing what they say and not stick up for us? So I don't owe her no public apology, which I was gonna give her, but I see her as an infiltrator to get close to me, to try to befriend me, and don't do nothing. As this man that's standing behind me, he was threatened. I brought the receipts today to give each and every one of y'all. And this is you supposed to handle, your administration, Tom. So I advise you, I want you to do your job. This is bigger than trash. You know how there's a disconnect with police and the black community? It's the same with the EEO department, the personnel HR. We don't want to make complaints with them no more. They don't do shit. Excuse my language, but they don't do nothing. So me going and writing a complaint and filing and doing an intake with them, that's done with. I mean, you get the working, you done heard the working while black. You guys never heard of that one, right? So what that is basically, they still got their feet on our neck. But it's not the police that's killing us. It's the supervisors and management. What they do is keep their knees on our neck and drain us throughout the years. Next thing you know, you look up, 20 years done passed, now you about to retire, you still stuck in the same position that you stuck in when you came up in the department. If you wanted to know my objective when I first came down here March 7, it was just simply one word: justice. You guys have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kyle Seals.
Good afternoon. I'm here to assure that my department, all departments, and anyone who looks like me or feels like me get its just due. I'm here to assure that we erase the stigma that's been placed on my people that we're lazy, we're unproductive, we're problematic, we're troublemakers, we're humans. I'm here so that we stand on the side of right and not be intimidated or the fear of retaliation or feel our message is not being received, whether you've been here 30 days or 30 years. We need to erase the culture and sensitivity with all forms of management, because what happens when issues come across your desk, if it's not personal or on the agenda, it does not resonate. You hear them, but you don't feel them. And after years of service, based on the conversations and the emails that I've received, I think management forgets at one point they were assistants, they were interns, or possibly non-career as well. So it's my God-given right to represent not only my beliefs, but my culture. I didn't come here to speak after a police shooting or headlines regarding an incident like some of the community leaders. I'm going to continue to fight for a better work environment as well as a better neighborhood for us all. God bless.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Sanders.
Good evening. I want to come and reiterate what I was that we are still waiting on information about the updates on the pumps and all that. So I haven't heard anything positive about that particular project. And also, I just want to say that with the claim process, so we had a major flood in 2019. We found out there was problems even before this flood happened. And then we were approached at our house by city officials from the public works that said that it was something an error on their part. So once we knew there was an error on their part, we thought our claim would be approved and we would move on and we'd have the mold moved out of our house. I have hyperallergenic grandkids. They can't even come over my house unless they have a mask on because we still have the same mold and stuff in the wall. I think it's ridiculous to have that for this period of time to still be going and talking about the same things, but if I have to be a voice and I have to keep talking on it, that's just what I'll do. But we just want to know that once you file a claim, we know that it's the city's attorney to defend the city for, to protect the city from the claim and to get to the actual facts of the claim. Now, we did lose in court, but it's come to discover a lot of things that were presented in court was not factual, that will be coming out. But what you're going to do, you cannot represent a law enforcement agency, and if you're doing things to have misconduct at the same time. If you're going to present evidence that we have in court that is actual and factual, then you can understand losing. But when you don't present things that's not factual and that you can't substantiate it, that's when you have problems. And that's why I was mentioning of a $22 million entire budget for a public works department that we're finding out that that wasn't it. So if you go back all the way from 2000 and you start adding the budget up from those many years, if they averaging hypothetically say $300 million every 4 years, that's $1.2 billion. So how could you have a $22 million annual budget for 20-something years? It's probably like $462 million. So if you have that after 20 years, and you have a budget, you should be coming around about 4.6 to $5.1 billion after a 20-year period. So if you're not having that much, what happened to if you only spend $464 million? What happened to the rest of the money? We all know that things have been done, but you cannot state facts like that. You have to substantiate facts if you have $22 million. You cannot do that and just to subvert the law so you can get out of a lawsuit. So that's what we're going to be presenting that again soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim Koch.
Good evening. I'm not very well prepared. It's only been 3 years and about a year and a half since I've last received rent from the people that owe me about 60% of my monthly income, and I've been given a pass by the law or whoever represents the city. I might not be perfectly correct in everything I've done, but I haven't ripped anybody off for their income and threatened their home. I'm really not ready for this, okay? 2 years of rent relief, 18 months with nothing, and I've been a renter my life, most of my life. You give them another $500,000 in legal assistance. Thanks for looking at me. You didn't look at him. $500,000 legal assistance extra, $1.5 million every year. What are you giving to the small business person called a mom and pop person desperate for a little rent so they can pay their taxes? They pay their insurance. Where's that money going to come from for you? Apparently, I have a personal issue. This is a big issue. Where in the world can someone just sit in a house and not have consequences? And Senate Bill 567, should be easy remembered. They're trying to make it harder for homeowners to reoccupy their own home. They, meaning the people that used to be sitting here. I'm trying to write letters to them. I'm trying to get on the email with them. Nothing. I beg you. It's out of desperation. I wouldn't be here moaning and groaning. I got a lot of things to do. I'm sure everybody here has an issue. Where in the world could this happen? Why is it happening here? It's gone too far in that direction. The person that passed out the petition to get you to make it a crime to harass a tenant is the person harassing me. And that's not a metaphor. So in my last 15 seconds of this week, because I'm going to keep coming back like the gentleman here with his issue that has had to repeat himself, but I appreciate any positive steps that the council could take to period.
Thank you. Next is Linda Thomas.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Linda Thomas. As you know, I've been here since August the 1st, and I'm just going to repeat what Leslie Sanders said as us being neighbors. With our flood issue, we just want some resolve. I'm going to keep coming down here. I'm going to keep speaking until something is done. So we just want to know when we're going to get a resolve from the city about our flood. And like I said, we're going to keep coming back. I'm going to keep repeating the same thing over and over until something is done, because this is ridiculous. We shouldn't have to live like this. No one should. So I'll make my voice heard and my face known so asking that the city of Long Beach do something about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is First Amendment constituent.
Okay, good evening. Once again, I am very concerned. Why is it, again, that you don't change your process? You should have a process where anyone can walk up here and give their comment. Why is there this thing where it's only in the 15 minutes before the meeting, quote, starts, which is supposed to be at 5, and then today you start at 5:08. I think that is extraordinarily disrespectful. You know, that is something that you established under the previous authoritarian mayor, now Congressman Garcia. It is a bad policy. I saw that you're concerned about the other cities and you're trying to go through and what are their best policies that you want to implement here. Well, this policy is one of the worst of its kind. Why don't you be like Lakewood, you know, surrounding you, Seal Beach, etc.? They make it a lot easier for people to give their non-agenda public comment. So, with that said, I agree with Councilmember Sendejas. We have to always remember 9/11. Yes, absolutely. But we should also remember that we are suffering constantly. In society, a lot of people are suffering. It's almost like they have, a 9/11 type experience pretty much every day. They feel like they live in a war zone. Our brothers and sisters down on the river, for example. I've heard some people claim, including some of the council members, very disappointed in that those people are coming from other parts of LA County or other states. It is just absolutely false. They were formerly housed residents of Long Beach, and they fell on tough times because, again, the previous mayor went ahead with the downtown plan, which destroyed our local community here. It was used to be more affordable. Now, he made it affordable. He and the rest of the ones that were here made it unaffordable. And that's why there's so many local residents out on the street. They're not coming from other places. They're locals. And it's time for you to treat them with dignity and respect. You're receiving millions upon millions of dollars, and people are already saying, where's the money? Where is it going? We're not convinced that you're using it well. So no more sweeps. It's time to respect our sisters and brothers down on the riverbed. It is brutal, counterproductive, and inhumane to continue the sweeps. We need stable shelter because it is the difference between life and death. It is time for a better path. It is time to house everybody. No more sweeps.
Thank you. Next is housing advocate.
Hello, everyone. I am the delegate for the 64th district for the LACDP, the Democratic Party. And I just want to come here to voice some concerns and make some requests. First, I saw a video online of Cindy Allen, who, while she was being filmed by a constituent of hers, through their First Amendment, that she slapped the phone, which ended up striking the individual in the face. Now, that's pretty disgusting. You guys are elected to serve the people, and finding yourselves attacking constituents because they're recording you, which is lawfully protected by the First Amendment, is unacceptable. That's lack of professionalism, and people like you should not be serving at all. If you had any dignity, you would resign. As for the speech cards, I want to let everyone here know that the speech cards is just a formality. It is in the Brown Act. If I wanted to, or anyone here wanted to speak up here without signing in a card or turning it in before 5, the law is on your side. And if these people were to try to stop you from that process, you could easily write them up for Brown Act violations and make sure that this city is fined or suffers the repercussions of violating people's rights. I want you guys to do me a favor and consider writing a letter to Robert Garcia, who instead is sending trillions of dollars overseas for a proxy war that only benefits oil and energy, and ask them to send some of that money here to feed not only the homeless, but provide shelter and end this abusive ideology that the only way you deal with homelessness is through sweeps. These people are Americans, these people are constituents, these people are locals that have lost the ability to pay for their homes because of the constraint of this economy and because of the abuse of people in the real estate industry. So for you to neglect these people and turn your backs on them, when some of these people are from your very high schools or people you grew up with, you guys are despicable. Last but not least, I do want to say that I will be returning here consistently to hold you guys accountable. I will write you up. I assure you I have a lot of experience writing up council members and making sure that you guys are litigated against for any violations that you commit against the people. And I have a lot of time to serve my community because that's what I was elected to by my constituents, to serve them and represent them, which are all the cities that I represent in the 64. So again, I serve the people, and Cindy Allen should do the same and resign or apologize with dignity.
Thank you. Next is Angela R.
Good evening, everyone, Mr. the Mayor. Hi, I just want to discuss a few points on traffic, speeding, 405 on Linden. It's gotten out of hand. It's like a war zone over there, all night, speeding, traffic everywhere. The last 20 years, we've been asking to get speed bumps. So I'm just asking someone, traffic engineer or anybody, to just come out and survey the area. It's 5 houses from Roosevelt Elementary. Within 25 years, 2 children have been killed there from the elementary school because we don't have traffic enforcement. They're getting out of cars, they were hit. 1997, I think it was, my corner house fence was hit from a speeder coming up New York, hit the stop sign, went into the house. But I mean, I just really think that it's time for somebody to look at the speed bumps over there because we're by a school. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, that concludes our opening public comment. Thank you so much for participating in our local democracy. We'll now go to item 32.
Communication from Mayor Richardson, Councilmember Duggan, Councilman Supernaw. Recommendation to adopt a resolution appointing Francine Kedridge as Police Oversight Director and approving a salary for the Police Oversight Director.
All right, thank you. Well, this is really good news for us. Tonight, we're taking an important step in our city's history toward more accountability, transparency, and after the passage of Measure E last year, a nationwide search examining 86 different applicants and holding community surveys and stakeholder interviews and public forums, we've finally gotten through the process and are couldn't be prouder tonight to introduce and present Francine Kedridge as Long Beach's first Director of Police Oversight, pending tonight's vote. Ms. Kedridge will provide integral leadership to our city's new Office of Police Oversight and will work to support and collaborate with our new Police Oversight Commission, which will be appointed in the months to come. She brings more than 30 years of experience in law enforcement and public safety leadership, having worked on patrol and as a patrol and corrections officer before becoming a deputy director and eventually director of public safety accountability for the city of Sacramento in 2008. In her current role as Inspector General for Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, where she conducts complex investigations and audits of community complaints of Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. In that role, she prepares annual reports for the public, including statistical information, recommendations for improvement for sheriff policies and procedures, and works closely with the Sacramento Community Review Commission to support their goals in building trust between the community and the Sheriff's Department, among other key responsibilities. Throughout her extensive career in public safety, Ms. Kedridge previously served in law enforcement, including 13 years in conducting complex, sensitive investigations. She's audited more than 3,500 misconduct complaints against public safety personnel. She's participated in more than 100 public forums, to provide professional recommendations for guidance and complaint resolution, transparency and conflict resolution, resulting in reduced police and community tension. And she's provided 35 recommendations to improve public safety policy and procedures following critical incidents such as officer-involved shootings and death in custody. While much can be said about her career accomplishments, I want to spend some time talking about Francine, the person. Miss Courage brought up, she was raised in the city of Oakland, was the youngest of 12 children in a 3-bedroom home. Francine saw her mother, who worked the night shift as an emergency room nurse and day shift as a home health care nurse, work every day to give her children a better life. And as a child, she would commute 23 miles by BART to the city of Fremont, where her father lived, to attend elementary school. For a time in 5th grade, she lived with her father here in Long Beach. She still has fond memories of her father walking and picking up seashells, or looking for seashells rather, not finding very many, here on the beach in Long Beach. And although around that time she discovered a love for the game of basketball, she became the Golden State Warriors' first ever ball girl. She pursued her love in game, eventually earned a basketball scholarship to San Jose State. After school, she took a job as a deputy sheriff for Contra Costa County. She eventually transitioned to a role of police officer in the city of Danville, where her first training officer told her to falsify a report, which she took to internal affairs, which led to her having trouble in the department, and informed her later work toward creating greater accountability and public trust in policing. From my conversations with her, I can tell she's driven, experienced, cares deeply about community concerns, and the relationship that the department has with the people that we serve. And these are qualities that we believe will serve her well in this new role. While reporting directly to the mayor and city council, Ms. Courage will work closely with the Police Oversight Commission, the city manager, the Long Beach Police Department chief, and other departments as necessary to ensure continued accountability, transparency, and input from the community regarding the direction of police oversight in the city of Long Beach. She holds a Master's of Science in Emergency Management from Cal State Long Beach with a criminal justice degree from Madonna University in Michigan. She'll begin her role the week of September 25th, 2023. And so we are proud to finally finish this process. We went through a great process, and she shined throughout the entire process. So we're really excited to introduce her to the city of Long Beach. And so now we'll go to the city council. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if there's much else to be said, but I'll do my best. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's an honor to make the motion to officially appoint Francine Carriage as our first police oversight director and approving the recommended salary. I'll just say on my behalf, it was a pleasure to be a part of the interview panel with the rest of the city council. We went through an exhaustive process, spent a lot of time together during the rainstorm. On a Sunday, all-day Sunday, and whittled it down and interviewed a number of very qualified, awesome candidates. Ms. Carriage was the absolute best fit candidate after an exhaustive process. She has a very impressive background. I found her to be a very thoughtful professional, and I'm confident that she will make an impact and be a valued resource for our community, but also this council. And so I'm proud to make the motion.
Fantastic. Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
I'm just going to echo what my colleagues have said and just say that, as the mayor mentioned, Francine comes with a wide breadth of experience of police oversight. I really believe that her balanced background in public safety and prioritizing community interests and engagement is going to serve our city well. I'm greatly looking forward to working with her to build and grow her office. And from a personal standpoint, it was just a pleasure getting to meet her in this interview process. I believe she's going to bring great value to our city, and I'm looking forward to her leadership.
All right, thank you. Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you. I just want to add to what Councilmember Councilmember Austin, as well as Councilwoman Rick Sodi shared around offering my heartfelt congratulations on her recent appointment, as well as you know, we did go through a very extensive process, and during the HERQUIC that we had, her passion and her genuine interest in using her public safety background as well as her community-centered approach really shone through in the process, and really believe that her leadership is going to bring some positive changes as well as contribution to our residents as well as our city. So congratulations, Ms. Carriage.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. This is definitely a very exciting day here in the city of Long Beach, a historic day for us. This is part of our plan to enact cultural and system change to combat the violence and racial inequities that have impacted our all of our people of color, specifically Black people. The role of the Police Oversight Director came from this council's direction in the framework for reconciliation in the city of Long Beach and through our voter-approved ballot measure. I'm so excited that our voters asked for more transparency and accountability from our police department, and I'm glad to see that their voices of our residents have been heard through this. This city council was very intentional, and I'll say it again, very intentional in the selection process for the new police oversight director. This was very clear that this position had to be someone that must be community focused and community serving. This position was made for the community to address serious complaints that risk shattering community trust and sensitive and the community as a whole. I wholeheartedly believe we have chosen the right person, and I cannot wait to see the contributions of Director Francine Carriage will bring to our city pending this vote. So I'm really excited to bring her on board.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kerr.
Yes, I just want to echo my colleagues' congratulations and really thank them for their hard work in the time we spent together. We were fortunate to have incredibly talented and qualified folks apply for this position. And at the end of the day, I think we all realized that we needed to bring our communities into that room so that the person who was chosen would be a great, not only reflection of them, but someone who was deeply committed to listening to all members of our community. Ms. Courage was incredibly professional, enthusiastic about the work, and saw the real necessity and the good that it could bring to our community, and looking forward to working with her come the 25th.
All right, thank you. And I'll just close with, it's an important role. It's the first one to do this role, and Francine did a really good job. We really saw that she was professional, that she was the right person to serve in that role. As we, build up this new commission and begin to, shape what this all looks like. She's one of the most qualified people in the nation. We had a nationwide search, and we saw what she was able to do in Sacramento City in establishing that office, built that office, and then moved on, retired, came back out of retirement to do the same thing for Sacramento County, was not looking for a job, but this opportunity in Long Beach was special. And so we are really fortunate that we've gone through this process and that we have someone willing to come to our community with some, ties to Long Beach State to be able to do a really good job for our, and be a part of our team, because really this is all about teamwork. We all work as a team here in the city of Long Beach. So that said, we have one member of the public signed up for public comment. Housing advocate. Is housing advocate here? Okay, seeing none. Did you sign up as housing advocate for this? Okay. Okay, this is not that. Thank you. Okay, so members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Item 25, please.
Report from City Manager. Recommendation to continue the local emergency caused by conditions or threatened conditions of homelessness and receive and file the 6-month update on the emergency proclamation and associated activities, as well as report out on City Council requests regarding policy options related to unlawful uses of public spaces citywide.
All right, folks, so this is the presentation that we wanted to get past the budget to have, highlighting our progress report on the first 6 or so months since the emergency proclamation update. The City Council asked for an update around this point. Let's see some data, let's see some progress, and let's see what our conversations and a vision, what our direction is moving forward. And so, Tom, the floor is yours. And this is going to be a very at-length presentation. Thank you. I was going to say public comment's going to happen after that, so it'll be about 45 more minutes, I imagine, unless Tom goes faster.
It's possible it's
deep
beyond
stuff.
that.
Go for it, Tom.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that was a very good introduction. This is going to be a very, very voluminous report. This council has been doing incredible work on homelessness since January 10th. You've been having us come back. Believe it or not, this is our 15th update. But this one is more than every 2 weeks. This is really looking back and also looking forward. So we have an incredible amount of information to share. We do expect this presentation to be probably one of the longest that any of us have seen because of the amount of work that's been done, but then also to answer the questions that you've also had in some of your previous agenda items, and then to talk about next steps. You're going to hear from a number of our team today to help break it up. Lots of different voices, different components. We're also going to have some videos about the people who have served in the emergency structure and sort of what that has meant to them and the work that it has done. So you'll also be hearing from Kelly and Teresa as kind of our two major leads in this area, as well as our city attorney team to talk about some of the questions related to the enforcement and what other cities do and what that looks like here in Long Beach, as well with our compassionate approach of offering services. With that, I think I'll kick it over to our opening video. We've had LBTV try to capture 2 different videos in this presentation to give a sense of an overview of some of the work that's been done, some visuals, and then we'll get into the presentation. So thank you so much for the work of LBTV, and let's cue the first video.
Homelessness and housing affordability are a nationwide crisis. In recent years, California has found itself at the epicenter of this issue. In Long Beach, there are more than 3,440 people experiencing homelessness on any given night. These are mothers, our fathers, grandparents, children, and friends. Housing is a human right, and everyone deserves access to a place to live in peace, security, and dignity. Addressing the issue of homelessness is a top priority for the city of Long Beach. On January 10th, the city proclaimed a state of emergency for homelessness, allowing us to mobilize resources and expedite services as part of a strategic response to addressing the crisis. An incident command structure led by the health department was established, consisting of a joint information center and more than 100 city staff to manage the various aspects of the emergency response and take bold and meaningful actions.
The emergency has really allowed a more expanded approach. We've been able to address a lot of the policies and other work that we've had in the past that may have not allowed us to move forward as quickly. We've also had a really incredible opportunity to help people across our city, including our city departments, understand more about homelessness. You know, people think about other sorts of disorders more than they think about the thought that, like, we need housing. So all of these conversations together have really started to shift our internal consciousness to be able to do the work together and to bring in all the just incredible minds and passion that we have across all of our departments to be able to move the work. This work will continue, and I have a lot of hope for what we can accomplish together.
The city's multi-service center, known as the MSC, serves as the main hub to help connect those experiencing or at risk of homelessness with important resources and services. Dedicated staff at the MSC has worked day in and day out since the emergency was proclaimed, adjusting operations as needed to meet the needs of residents who are unhoused. Interim shelters are critical to addressing the immediate needs of people experiencing homelessness. Over the past few years, the city has significantly increased the number of locally funded interim beds. And the city has long maintained a winter shelter during the coldest months and added non-congregate interim housing beds through efforts like Project Home Key and the Atlantic Farms Bridge housing community in North Long Beach. These shelters provide a safe place for people to sleep and supportive services to help them move into permanent housing as quickly as possible.
from this emergency proclamation, we have, it's been really helpful for the Homeless Services Bureau as we've had staff reassigned from different departments. That's helped us really engage a lot more people out in the community who are experiencing homelessness and really get them connected to services and resources. Having places where people are willing to go, having funding for crisis beds for families really makes it a little bit easier for our staff and our team to collaborate and get people into shelter.
June marked a significant milestone in the emergency with the city's acquisition of the property located at 702 West Anaheim Street, following an extensive community outreach and engagement process. The site will be utilized as a new permanent year-round shelter. And plans are currently underway for conversion of the former Luxury Inn located at 5950 Long Beach Boulevard, which will offer temporary rooms and services. The city recognizes that homelessness is a housing issue. Long Beach continues to work to ensure the production of new affordable housing units with supportive services. The Housing Authority of the City of Long Beach has continued to connect voucher holders with housing through programs like the Emergency Housing Voucher and Housing Choice Voucher. Since the start of the emergency, the city has reached maximum occupancy for its emergency housing voucher program, committing 100% of qualifying voucher holders to permanent housing. It is also critical to meet people where they are. The city's Mobile Access Center, or MAC, has served as an extension of the MSC throughout the city, allowing staff to conduct meaningful engagement and offer a range of services to people directly in the community. Focusing on mental health and substance use are critical when looking at the root causes of homelessness. Everyone deserves an open path to receive mental health support. Long Beach has taken a number of steps to increase access to these services, and in May, the Homeless Service Team began offering evening mental health therapy. Establishing and maintaining communication with residents who are unhoused is also key. The city launched a new Long Beach Homelessness Text Alert program to connect people with housing, support services, and other resources. Addressing the homelessness crisis is a collaborative effort, and the city has leveraged its partnerships with local businesses, faith-based groups, and community members to help be a part of the solutions. Approximately 15,700 items have been generously donated by community members throughout the emergency. Thank you, Long Beach.
I've just been so impressed how everybody's mindset is, how can we help? What can we do? It's bringing people together that haven't worked on homelessness before, as well as our experts who work on homelessness. We've been doing homelessness for a long time. We really have great foundation to build on with all of our nonprofits, lots of different partnerships, and we're gonna have better systems, just a lot more that's able to help us manage this more effectively.
This crisis will not be solved overnight, and Long Beach is committed to continuing these efforts beyond the emergency and into the years ahead. For more information on the city's efforts to reduce homelessness in Long Beach, visit longbeach.gov/homelessness and follow the Health Department at LB Health DEPT and the City of Long Beach at Long Beach City on social media, and follow the hashtag EveryoneHomeLB.
So that's the very, very brief version. Now we're going to go into the details. So this council has been very, very focused on looking step by step, what are our goals, and that's really what we're going to get into, and where are we? We're going to get into the numbers. But before that, I want to really focus on what was our overall objective for the emergency. Can we go to the next slide, please? Whoever's got the clicker. There we go. So we realize homelessness is a systemic problem. It's a nationwide problem. It's a California problem. It's a regional problem, and it's a Long Beach problem. We know that we're not going to solve anything overnight, and that didn't deter the council, though, from saying what else can we do. And so our overall goal was to build that capacity, to improve our approach, to build on what was working, to add new steps, and approach this systemic societal problem. We wanted to focus on prevention and do more in that area. We wanted to look at areas like behavioral health services and improve in that area. We wanted to improve our ability for housing, for example. We wanted to get more funding and resources so we could be quicker and do better and implement new programs and approaches we hadn't thought of before. We wanted to speed our overall response, which we certainly have, and you're going to see that tonight. And we wanted to create long-term goals and an organizational structure that then, after the emergency, we're going to be able to sustain the work that we have built over these past 6 to 8 months, and we'll talk about that tonight. And so we know that, homelessness can affect almost anybody in California. It is as much as one layoff or one medical emergency away. And so we build our systems around that, not only people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, but also those that fall into homelessness, and try to make that as brief of an experience as possible. So I will turn it over to our expert team, starting with Kelly, to start to go through the details.
All right, thank you, Tom. So good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Teresa and I are excited to kick off this presentation as your co-incident commanders for the emergency. I also want to acknowledge and thank Eric Lopez, who started with me in this role early on, focusing on the infrastructure pieces. While he has stepped out of the incident commander role, he continues to really push the development of our different housing projects, and just want to give a big shout out to Eric and his team. As a reminder, our mission, so here's our mission statement from the very beginning, is to reduce the number of persons who are experiencing homelessness in our city and in the region by increasing housing opportunities and enhancing current initiatives that provide outreach, engagement, and supportive services while maintaining the safety and security of the people who are experiencing homelessness, the general public, city staff, and improving overall public safety for the entire community. The Everyone Home Plan continues to serve as the foundation for our city team to honor the statement of possibility, which is that the experience of homelessness in Long Beach is rare and brief when it occurs. We were focused on increasing and leveraging our resources. We intend to be accountable to this statement in all of our efforts. So first of all, when we originally did the emergency proclamation, we brought you a set of measures that we were going to be tracking on. And so I'd like to walk through those measures. We've seen a lot of progress on them so far, and just wanted to be able to share that progress to date. So the first one, we really started focusing on reducing people who are unsheltered and increasing permanent housing placements. So at this time, so far in the emergency, more than 1,300 people have enrolled in our city's interim housing programs, and 494 are currently enrolled. This means that 1,300 people have been engaged and placed in housing at some point during the emergency, and so, many have moved on to permanent housing opportunities, and that right now 494 are enrolled, which is essentially the capacity of the beds that we have for our city, for our city structures. The additional 100 plus beds are in the works, but the potential to expand shelter capacity at 702 West Anaheim. So that will help us meet the demand going forward, though will not fully meet the demand. Both additional shelter and housing resources come in the future will support reducing unsheltered homelessness. Our next focus was in areas of permanent housing placements. So it's a main, we've seen almost a doubling, more than a doubling of the of people enrolled in our permanent housing. So that includes things like permanent supportive housing, being able to, and things like that. So since the emergency, again, 165 to 323 people currently enrolled, and our emergency housing vouchers are now at 100% utilization, so 582 people utilizing those vouchers. We also focused on metrics on preventing homelessness. So several of the programs in the city support homelessness prevention, including access to legal counsel, emergency rental assistance, and other financial assistance, as well as supportive services to keep people in their housing. Last week, the City Council took a big step in reducing people falling into homelessness by approving the budget, which includes $1.5 million for the Right to Counsel program. And we truly believe that it's really important to have our earliest interventions in prevention, because we know that this reverberates over time. When we invest in youth, when we invest in things like the Mayor's Housing Promise, they're key tools for preventing future homelessness. The city has been and will continue to lean into ways in which additional affordable housing can be developed. Increase intergovernmental partnerships with the state, county, and other cities are also essential to addressing the homelessness crisis. It comes from identifying resources and coordinating resources. Many agencies, meetings, and letters have led to increased funding to the city in the past 6 months, as well as LA County health and mental health supports. Our next area was really around mental health and substance use beds. Given that nearly a third of people experiencing homelessness in our last count report that they have a severe mental illness, we know that it's important to start to address these issues. The mental health needs of people experiencing homelessness are complex. Trauma runs deep, and many others have mental health conditions that create barriers to finding or maintaining employment and housing. The city has been able to launch or expand a number of initiatives to bring these resources on board. We hired an additional mental health clinicians and expanded their hours at the MSC. We added after-hours mental health services and successfully sought additional funding. We partnered with the county to provide mental health services in the field, and we partnered with mental health organizations and hospitals to streamline discharge for those exiting psychiatric hospital stays and entering shelter or emergency shelter. This decreases the likelihood of being discharged back to the streets, and which is very destabilizing for people and helps people into more certain outcomes. The budget, in addition, the budget passed by the council this past week allowed for mental health clinicians at the library and at the jail. There will be more funding opportunities coming in the next year to bring on new recuperative care and step-down beds, and we are prepared to put forward proposals for those beds to bring in more locally when those funds become available. We've also had a focus on violence on or perpetuated by people experiencing homelessness. To start to address that, we have brought a coordinated multi-departmental efforts to our downtown areas around our libraries, parks, and others to really be able to support and reduce violence for people experiencing homelessness. Our next area is really streamlining our bureaucracy. This is a key focus of the emergency. So development services reduce the time to entitle affordable housing projects from 6 months, so 6 to 12 months, to only 60 days. It also launched a consistent notice of funding award process, otherwise known as NOFA process, so that they will run something every 6 months. So it'll be a predictable schedule, which will help housing developers and to be able to plan and to move forward. And it also strengthened coordination with the Housing Authority to be able to work more closely around project-based voucher awards. We moved on, and we also wanted to look at the number of people who die in unsheltered situations. Over the past 5 years, we've seen an upward trend in the number of people dying while they're unsheltered. Sadly, people in our city die every year due to exposure from the elements. Creative thinking from our staff during the emergency allowed us to be more nimble in setting up emergency beds during times of extreme weather. We offered more than 20 nights of expanded shelter through the MSC to be able to support these efforts. We've also seen significant increases, primarily from drug poisoning and overdoses. The two drugs currently causing the most harm are fentanyl and methamphetamines. And we are starting to see tranq, a powerful veterinary sedative. It was on the East Coast for a long time. We're starting to see it on the West Coast. So we really are focusing on those areas. So the city is working with a number of providers, the health department, to implement harm reduction approaches and to ensure that Narcan and other life-saving measures are available. We've also seen a bit of a decrease in violence and traumatic deaths, which is good. But we also are seeing increases in homicide and pedestrians being hit by vehicles. So it's more, a lot of it is more related to our traffic and pedestrian safety in those areas. It is important to ensure that all these systems, so the key next area to focus on was around the disproportionality in people experiencing homelessness. And it is important to ensure that all our systems are serving our homeless population equitably. In looking at our homeless service data, both in terms of access to services as well as outcomes, we are seeing a multi-year trend showing we are serving our whole community more equitably. To date, nearly 60% of people making the move to permanent housing have been Black. So in addition to those that came out in the memo, we also established a set of emergency goals in the areas. They were immediate, short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies and actions. There are 4 key areas: increasing access to services, increasing interim and permanent housing access, building capacity to address homelessness crisis, and engaging more community in our data, planning, and assistance. So the next set of slides will be focused on our progress on all of those different goals. So first is our increasing access to services. So as you can see everything that is a dark blue is completed. So you'll know that we've been able to complete those throughout these slides. So you'll see that we have increased access to services through our mobile access center. We opened temporary safe parking. We've averaged about 14 cars per night, 1,900 stays. so far in the safe parking. We opened an RV sanitation and water filling site, and we launched a text notification system. We've sent out 15 messages through that text notification system about where the MAC is and what's going on and what the schedules, and we reach about 320 people each time that the text goes out. We've also seen increase in the multi-service center. We had about 10,000 visits, I think, at our last reporting, and we're now at 25,088. We've made contact with another 2,494 people through outreach. I want to focus a little bit on the MAC. It is a new model for us, that was launched through the emergency. We do station it at various places across the city, and the locations are identified using data collected from our outreach teams, identified hotspots, field call requests from the community, as well as our homeless count data. The MAC collaborates with many of our internal city departments, including the interdepartmental team, our communicable disease and emergency response team at the health department, Walk and Roll Long Beach, and the Parks and Rec, to name a few. We also work very closely with countywide and federal programs, such as the LA County Department of Mental Health and Health Services and the Department of Veteran Affairs, to collaborate with the MAC to help reach people. We also have new nonprofits who have joined us as well at some of the different sites. So it's been a very collaborative and very expansive opportunity with the MAC. So during the first 6 months of operation, the MAC had 1,650 recorded engagements. Of those, 989, or about 60%, wanted services. And so referral and transport to shelter, enrollment into the homeless services system, connections to community resources, and basic services. So we think it's been, really a great success to bring the MSC out on the road. We've seen, many people moved into permanent housing, and others are currently looking. So I wanted to share a quick story. So we had a 71-year-old who had been experiencing homelessness since March of 2021 and was living in a vehicle. They connected with the MAC in April of 2023 and worked very closely with our case manager at the MAC. They worked together to obtain documents which allowed this person to submit for housing opportunity pool as well. They also were placed on a senior 62+ housing authority waitlist. The program participant was then called on to meet with the housing authority as they were selected for a project-based voucher from a senior waitlist. Using the home funds, they got a security deposit assistance and were permanently housed in July. So from April to July, and they were able to move into permanent housing going forward, which I think is a real success story for this program. Moving on, you can see in increasing access to services in the short term, we have, also completed almost all of those goals. But what you'll see is we're still in progress. We are, we have been operating the short-term safe parking site. We are working on finalizing a location for a longer-term safe parking site to really bring more consistency to that site. We have decided to hold off on the RV parking, safe RV parking, and we'll be looking at that in future years to look at different opportunities in that space. We've also increased access to mental health services by launching a new evening mental health services program, including 45-minute therapy session for sheltered and unsheltered people. So far, we've administered 104 sessions through these different opportunities to 32 different people. The pilot program has been very successful, and we've identified funding to continue those after-hour supports. We're also providing mental health hours at the MSC. We have been since 2021, but we expanded that availability through our Black Health Equity Initiative. This initiative offers both group and individual therapy to Black participants at the MSC through outside therapists. Additional funding has been identified to ensure the continuation of this program as well. And then in addition to that, the Homeless Services Bureau is working to add more mental health supports in the next year, including a van offering street-based psychiatric supports and substance use. And so I think those are the key pieces there. So I'd like to invite Hannah Stribling to our microphone. Hannah is with our Homeless Services Bureau, and she's going to talk a little bit about a story around someone who engaged in our mental health supports.
Thanks, Kelly. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hannah Stribling, and I'm the Mental Health Coordinator for the Homeless Services Bureau. In this role, I, along with my clinical mental health colleagues, support people experiencing homelessness who may be sheltered or unsheltered by providing them therapy services either in person at the Multi-Service Center or over the phone through our after-hours mental health program. We also work to connect individuals to longer-term ongoing mental health support in the community and coordinate closely with Long Beach's mental health partners. During the city's emergency proclamation, we had the opportunity to expand mental health services to provide evening telephone mental health appointments for those who may have trouble accessing or making it to the MSC. This program provides scheduled 45-minute phone therapy sessions with mental health clinicians weekday evenings from 6 to 9 p.m. Currently, the program is staffed by clinicians in the Homeless Services Bureau who are working overtime to make this resource available to the community. When it comes to mental health, success is going to look different for each individual person. And while I want to make sure that we're fully respecting the confidentiality of the therapeutic experience, I can say that we have seen really positive responses to, and many success stories come out of these mental health programs. There was an individual who received the text alert from the City of Long Beach promoting the evening telehealth sessions and signed up for a screening appointment. They were someone who had been connected to services a long time ago, but hadn't engaged with us for quite some time. And seeing that the city was offering mental health support that they could access gave them the motivation to reconnect with us on their housing journey. Additionally, we've been able to work with clients consistently to help them process some very traumatic events in their life and overcome obstacles that were preventing them from reaching their goals. We have had clients who've been able to successfully reunite with their families, become open to receiving treatment for substance use disorders and mental health conditions, and connect to a greater support system and resource network in the community. These programs have been such an asset to our clients, as experiencing homelessness can be very traumatic, and we know that many of our unhoused community members have experienced really difficult things in their past that may be impacting their ability to thrive. As a mental health professional, I truly believe it's so important to have a safe space for people to process their emotions and experiences, and I'm really grateful to the City of Long Beach for supporting us in this work and reducing barriers to accessing mental health care. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah. Just so many great stories and the great work that's coming together. So addressing mental health concerns for our housed and unhoused people across the city really has been a top priority. We've heard it from you, we hear it from our community, and so we really are working to build greater capacity. So moving on to our goals, we have a number. We also, increased made progress on our medium and long-term goals. You'll see here that pretty much everything is in progress, and so we continue to jump in. So in the next 18 months, we're going to be working to identify a location and operational funding for a recuperative care site. We did apply to the county for funding for a site, but the county determined that they'd be doing additional procurement processes for this, and so they'll relaunch and we'll repropose. And while we had hoped to collaborate with the LA Metro Hub to support referral efforts and operational funding for recuperative care, those conversations have been placed on hold. In the meantime, the mayor was part of a delegation trip with Supervisor Hahn to Philadelphia to look at what some possibilities could look like when it comes to Metro Hubs. In the longer term, we're working to identify and implement prevention strategies and investments. To date, we received $1.25 million from Senator Gonzalez to increase prevention services in the city, and the intergovernmental team is developing a set of prevention strategies, including policies and programs. We move on to the next goal, which is our increasing interim and long-term housing. And as you can see here as well, many of these have been completed or in progress. We have completed all the immediate goals to open a winter shelter and create a landlord education campaign to engage more landlords in emergency housing voucher acceptance. The landlord outreach line engaged 2,486 times with calls and emails. We opened a new permanent emergency shelter with 85 beds with the opportunity for expansion and provided 60 short-term warming beds during the cold months. These immediate goals led to the achievement of 2 of our short-term goals: 100% utilization of our emergency housing vouchers and identifying and launching our permanent emergency shelter at 702 Anaheim. We are working to formalize additional contracts with motels to make motel vouchers and working with more motels to take motel vouchers and working to establish processes for additional warming centers. The city did lease a portion of the community hospital this winter to host the winter shelter program in Long Beach. Typically, this program ends in March, but thanks to the emergency proclamation, we were able to work with the county and LAHSA to extend it by an additional month. This allowed us to provide additional sheltering and time while we found a more permanent location. That opportunity came available in April when the city leased 702 West Anaheim from the Long Beach Rescue Mission. The rescue mission was selling the building, and the city, in partnership with the county and Supervisor Hahn, was able to come to a purchase agreement for that building. We now have 85 beds operating at 702 Anaheim, and we're at over 90% capacity throughout the process. This year's winter was one of the wettest and coldest in decades, and for the first time ever, we created a wet and cold weather program at the MSC to provide additional support to people who are unsheltered in the city. Each day, each evening we put up beds, and every morning we took them down and ran the MSC as if the MSC didn't have people sleeping there, and then put them back up. And so it was operated when rain was projected or the temperature dropped below 45 degrees. The wet weather created by Hurricane Hillary also prompted the Homeless Services Bureau and the Long Beach Rescue Mission, with the support from our Public Health Emergency Management team and LAHSA, to create 150 additional temporary beds. This prolonged effort included setting up beds at the MSC, multi-pronged effort included setting up beds at the MSC, adding beds at 702 West Anaheim, using motel vouchers, and creating a contingency plan which would allow for overflow beds at MacArthur Park if needed, in partnership with Parks, Recreation, and Marine. That weekend, we sheltered 105 people from severe weather. With that, I'd like to bring up Allison King, our Housing and Sorority Bureau Manager, to share a story about our emergency housing vouchers.
Greetings, Mayor and City Council.
Hey, Ms. King.
My name is Allison King, and I am pleased to serve as Bureau Manager for our city's Housing Authority, a bureau of the Health and Human Services Department. In our work, we seek to house those that are at risk of losing the place they call home and those that are already unsheltered every day. The emergency shined a light on the challenges we face in doing this work, but also provided an opportunity to partner with those across the city and our broader community to bring this priority to the forefront. HUD awarded our city 582 emergency housing vouchers in July of 2021, and for the first time included service dollars to incentivize housing providers to accept the voucher and remove financial barriers that prevent families from getting into housing. With the assistance of the two largest public housing authorities in Los Angeles County, we are the third largest, and our remarkable coordinated entry system, also known as the Multi-Service Center and Homeless Services Bureau, community partners such as the Mental Health America, the Illumination Foundation, PATH, Family Promise, Lutheran Social Services, Catholic Charities, and our Public Health Emergency Management team, the Southern Cities and Greater Los Angeles Apartment Associations and local housing providers, we successfully leased 100% of the allocated vouchers in June of 2023. Our CES took lead in identifying eligible families that were ready to be housed and matched them to the community partners that work with clients to get needed documents, get them to appointments to address credit and other issues, as well as navigate their housing search. The Los Angeles City and County Housing Authorities allowed us to lease up in their jurisdictions without red tape, expanding the number of available housing providers and units. The Public Health Emergency Management team called housing providers daily in search of available units to offer. The apartment associations gathered the providers to hear our plea for housing and offered what they could, and together we placed 598 total families into housing using all that we were given with a model to move forward and continue placing others. We look forward to the challenge of continuing to shelter our community. Thank you.
Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. So these partnerships are ongoing. and they will continue. It's critical in helping people who are living on the streets moving into permanent housing. So moving forward in terms of our goals, in our medium term, you'll see all of our goals are in progress. So just looking at our medium term goals, the planning and construction preparation are underway to create the modular housing and convert the former luxury inn into emergency shelter. The Development Services Department has initiated an omnibus housing and zoning code update effort, which will be released to the public in October and to you before the end of the calendar year. And the city increased funding to $1.5 million in the FY24 budget for the right to counsel, fair housing, and other services. When we look at our long-term goals, we are making some progress on some of them. The others are forthcoming. So we continue to implement our certified housing element and to lead the region in new housing starts, both affordable and market rate. We'll be updating the homelessness strategic plan, which will incorporate lessons learned throughout the emergency and support existing efforts. The new plan will also lay out how we're going to create 2,000 new units of permanent supportive housing over the next 10 years. We are also working to ensure permanent housing for people experiencing homelessness coming from Long Beach by attaching project-based vouchers to the 3 current Project Home Key sites, one of which is owned by Long Beach and the other 2 owned by LA County. We chose not to apply for the last round of Project Home Key funding, given the lack of appropriate and affordable motels for the program available in Long Beach. Our next goal is building capacity to address the homelessness crisis. As you'll see again, we completed many or all of the immediate goals and most of the short-term goals. And so it was a lot of time spent, applying for funding, and we'll be sharing more about where we were able to land with that. We identified specific roles and assistance with our partner agencies. We'll be moving forward on making those happen. We made a lot of resource requests from the county, metro, and state, and we were able to access dollars both through the county and the state to build our local capacity. And we have initiated regional discussions around the capacity for gateway cities. We've also identified and implemented operational improvements in our staffing funding processes. Because of the emergency, we were able to streamline hiring and procurement. We continue to work towards securing a one-time Measure H and HAP funding for local investment. Our Measure H and HAP ongoing amounts increased this year, but are still not equitable per homeless population size and service need. And we secured representation on the new regional La Casa board. So this photo shows what it looks like in the EOC. You saw a little bit of it in the video. I love the photos because they illustrate what it looked like to mobilize a citywide team at the EOC. 146 people were reassigned to come together to work on our goals, with many taking part in multi-agency work groups. Together, these staff worked more than 25,000 hours. Additionally, the Homeless Services team and those reassigned from Public Health Emergency Management and Parks, Recreation, and Marine to Homeless Services to help support, all in total spent more than 48,000 hours working on these efforts over these last 6 months. When you add all that up, it's more than 434 months of people power dedicated to addressing homelessness in our city during the first 6 months of the emergency. Sorry. Also, when we look at the building our capacity, when we look at our medium goals, you'll see that, again, medium and long-term progress is already being made. So we are collaborating with other cities and begun regional conversations with the COG members on possible partnerships. And we're working to change the Measure H and state HAP funding distributions to address our equity concerns. One of the things I'd like to highlight that I think is really important here is just the partnerships with LA County. And so what you'll see here is this is the Los Angeles County Health Services van. It now comes to Long Beach, and they come downtown. So they are now providing psychiatric services in downtown Long Beach with an eye to expand to other sites. And we have increased coordination with LA County Department of Mental Health Home Team to more quickly assess and support people who are exhibiting signs of grave disability. In addition, we're making progress on participating in the countywide housing and homelessness incentive programs to increase data sharing with managed care plans such as HealthNet, LA Care, and SCAN to increase housing. And in the next 16 months, we'll partner with the county to convert the interim home key sites, the Motel 6, Holiday Inn, and Best Western, into permanent supportive housing sites utilizing the project-based vouchers, and then working to lease up those sites. We'll also be working to integrate homeless management information systems, otherwise known as HMIS, with LAHSA, Glendale, and Pasadena to better coordinate data. This allows for better access to services across the region and better service coordination for people crossing jurisdictions within LA County. Our final goal is around engaging community in data planning and assistance. We've completed nearly all of the immediate and short-term goals. We launched the dashboard, which we'll share more about in a little bit. We implemented an effective community engagement strategy with a lot of outreach. We hosted 15 events with more than 400 attendees. We incorporated the city's commitments for site selection into homeless activation, and we've honored these commitments throughout the emergency. And we invited community members to be part of the solution by launching a donation drive at local libraries. We created a monthly donation drive-through, as well as there are items that you can drop off at libraries. And thanks to our wonderful community, more than 15,000 items have been donated, and more than 10,000 have been distributed through the MSC and community-based organizations. In the short term, we've also hosted a number of stakeholder meetings throughout Long Beach to engage community in idea generation, prioritization, and understanding. We engaged the interfaith community with the convening of more than 60 people. We asked community organizations to sign up to partner with us in addressing homelessness, and to date, 76 have so far. We'll be convening these organizations soon for our next steps, and then next we'll begin engaging businesses in education and brainstorming. So with that, I'd like to introduce Alana Grant, our equity officer and co-lead of the community engagement team, to share a story of these efforts.
All right, Alana, you're up. Come on down.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. For the past 6 months, I've had the pleasure of working alongside a small but incredibly mighty team to coordinate outreach and engagement for the homeless emergency. You may recall that at the start of the emergency activation, community engagement did not have a distinct place within the EOC structure. In fact, it wasn't until the 9-week mark that we established an additional work group to centralize community outreach and engagement by identifying, designing, and facilitating the appropriate level of engagement for forthcoming projects. To support these objectives, our team developed a framework centered on equity, collaboration, cultural competency, and neighborhood context to ensure that project outreach is as comprehensive and as inclusive as possible. Recognizing that being in an emergency positions the city to move fast, we strategically seek opportunities to consult and collaborate with the community and implement multi-pronged approaches to relaying information through geographic outreach. Over the last 6 months, our efforts have taken the shape of business and residential canvassing near the Queen Mary for safe parking, the airport for the RV sanitation station, along the Anaheim corridor for the rescue mission, and North Long Beach Boulevard neighborhoods for the Luxury Inn. We have hosted virtual community meetings and organized in-person meetings. We have called neighborhood leaders by phone, made house visits to drop off informational materials, sent emails to nonprofit organizations and service providers, and presented to various groups, even circulating letters by mail. Admittedly, we have made mistakes along the way, but the leadership of the Outreach and Engagement Work Group is proof that it is possible to move fast and still bring others along with you. On that note, we look forward to hosting an open house meeting for Project Home Key at 5950 Long Beach Boulevard, formerly the Luxury Inn, this Saturday. While the focal point of the event is the motel conversion, we have gathered information on place-based projects along the North Long Beach Boulevard corridor to provide neighbors with program and project information about the work the city is doing in their neighborhood. This is just one example of what's possible when you apply an equity lens to outreach and engagement, and a model that we hope to see utilized in future city projects. Thank you.
Outstanding, Mrs. Grant.
Thank you, Alana. The team has been everywhere, and we're just really proud of them. They have outreach to many around the Luxury Inn area, and then they'll be hosting this event this weekend. So this picture here is our interfaith convening. So we had more than 60 faith leaders who joined the mayor and our leadership team to hear updates on our emergency efforts and discuss key areas where they'd like to engage. Participants focused on resource and service delivery, including donations, food services, mental health supports, affordable housing opportunities on church-owned land, and opportunities to support with cold weather sheltering and other drop-in services. So all that came from a morning spent with our faith leaders, and we'll continue to convene and to move forward and to be planning with our leaders. This slide shows pictures of our donation drive and our new water distribution program. It just shows how much our community stepped in. Really, you know, at one of our first donation drive-throughs, we met this incredible family. It was they were the Bryan family. One of the children uses his birthday to bring items to help people experiencing homelessness. We're so thankful to families, as well as to the many generous people who donated items, and to our community organizations that helped us distribute water on the very hot days in the city of Long Beach to ensure that our people experiencing homelessness remained hydrated. Our final slides around engaging community and data planning and assistance. You know, we are continuing the work. So in the upcoming months, we'll begin updating the Everyone Home Long Beach strategic plan to highlight effective practices and update housing goals. Through a competitive process, we are securing a consultant to support these efforts, and that process will begin later this fall. Next year, we'll seek to convene regional partners for long-term prevention planning and implementation, as homeless prevention is key to reducing homelessness in Long Beach and across the region. I am truly proud of all of our team has done in the last 6 months. I think it's an incredible record of what you can do when you all come together. We've made so much progress, and it really has been through the emergency that allowed for that to happen. So right now I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Lee. He's going to talk about communications. So when we started talking to Kevin about his slides, and he kept adding more slides, by the way, it's the reason why it's so long, he said it's because communication is the most important part of this emergency. So he's going to share with you why.
Kevin, you're not going to come to the main podium?
Nope,
All right,
hanging
okay.
out over here. Ha. They wouldn't allow me to be up there. It'd take too long. Thank you, Kelly. Communications is so very important. However, I do have to say, if great work isn't being done, we have nothing to communicate. Unfortunately, the team has been doing amazing work, so thank you for that. Mayor Richardson and members of the City Council, as you know, my name is Kevin Lee. I am the city's Chief Public Affairs Officer. Sharing this emergency work with our community is vital. Prior to the emergency being proclaimed, our Health and Human Services Public Affairs Officer, Jen Rice Epstein, and I stood up a joint information center in anticipation of the communications work that was forthcoming. Since then, the JIC, comprised of the City Manager's Office of Public Affairs and Communications, as well as an interdepartmental group of professional communicators, has been actively providing our community with updates of our work along the way, leading with empathy and education. I have to mention that over the last couple of years, city communicators across the city have been more busy than I have ever seen them. Yet they still have made homelessness communications a priority. It is a lot of work, and I am so incredibly proud of and impressed by all of them. Now I'd like to share some of the highlights of the first 6 months of the emergency and some highlights since then, and a peek at what is to come in communications. Here we see some stats of our organic social media. When I say organic, we didn't pay anyone to post anything, boost anything. This is all city work and city staff work. In the first 6 months, we published 736 social posts regarding the emergency, with 1.9 million impressions and nearly 84,000 engagements. You can also see here that people are clicking on our content and that we are having conversations with them. We've also been engaging with the news media. In the first 6 months, we sent out 49 official communications to the media. That means press releases, public notices, city statements. Some of this is local media, regional media, and at times national media as well. We have had approximately 2,400 media mentions in broadcast, digital, and print. We are also responding to media as they reach out with well over 100 of those interactions. And we have conducted 4 press conferences. We've also kept true to our city brand throughout, making sure that the community knows this information is coming from us, a trusted source. And at the same time, we wanted to make sure that we created a sub-style guide that was just for homelessness-related content, which you can see here with the pink secondary color. In those first 6 months, we created 250 unique graphics in various languages. As you know, the city team has been working on homelessness long before the emergency was proclaimed, and that is the case for communications as well. Prior to the emergency, the comms team created a single website that included all things related to homelessness to make it easier for our community to access information. Since the launch, we added a section specifically related to the emergency work and linked to the digital dashboard. Our site, longbeach.gov/homelessness, has been performing in the top 0.5% of all city sites, meaning people are using it to get that important information. Also, we have been including homelessness updates in our Go Long Beach newsletter that goes out to over 50,000 people. The homelessness updates have been the #1 most viewed content in over 90% of our newsletters sent out. And we are happy to announce right here that today we launched a great interactive digital timeline related to the emergency work. It is live right now in the emergency section of longbeach.gov/homelessness. It
Come
shares
on, spike
key.
the ball on that.
What?
Spike the ball on that. That's great. That's incredible.
It's a good one, yeah. Thank you. It shares key operational highlights, presentations to City Council. This one will be added after tonight. Community live streams with Mayor Richardson and press conferences, all in one easy to navigate timeline. The communications team made it a point early on that it is important to tell real stories of real people on all sides of this work, making sure that we do so with respect, dignity, and empathy. That work isn't always quick, but it's meaningful and authentic. When we share stories of our neighbors who have experienced homelessness, we want to make sure that we talk about the person and not just their situation, and to make it clear that these stories are truly theirs. With that, we started People First Voices of Homelessness column on our city blog, Inside LB. If you haven't already, we invite you to go to longbeach.gov/Inside LB to read some incredible stories, and more are forthcoming. Also, we have created space through Instagram Reels and our homelessness emergency live streams with Mayor Richardson to share stories of our incredible staff, not only their work, but the people they interact with on a daily basis. In the first 6 months, we produced 14 community live streams with the mayor, and they have continued. And of course, the communications work has continued since the first 6 months. And it is important to note that we have amplified communications through a paid social and digital campaign in order to more broadly provide the community with information. Through the paid social media campaign alone, over the last month, we have had more than 500,000 impressions, 5,300 engagements, and nearly 2,700 link clicks. And from there, the communications work will continue. The comms team has identified additional opportunities in getting information to the community through a campaign we are calling City Of. The City Of campaign will highlight the current success of the homelessness emergency, share the city's ongoing commitment to addressing homelessness, continue to lead with empathy and compassion, and continue to educate. Elements of this multi-layered campaign will include paid social and digital, outdoor media, news content, paid print ads, and organic social media will continue as well. The City Of campaign aims to make sure people understand that we, and when I say we, I mean city government and our community together, are a city of commitment, a city of compassion, a city of action, a city of resiliency, and together we are all these things and more because we are the city of Long Beach. Thank you for listening, and I'll now turn it back to Kelly to talk about everyone's favorite subject, funding.
Thanks, Kevin. So as you can tell, the communications team across the city has been incredibly creative and very, very busy over these last months. And it's no simple task to track us all down and get all the approvals and getting these things out the door. So I want to thank them all for their patience. It takes a lot in addition to the rest. So now I am going to talk about funding because we love to see new dollars. So Since the emergency proclamation began, we have identified or received nearly $50 million to support our efforts. So yes, that's $50 million since the January of this year. The city identified $13 million, a mix of general fund, Measure A, and Tidelands at the onset, which we brought to you for approval. We've recently identified another $3 million in AB 32 funds, which is focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and creating energy-efficient systems to help support the construction of new interim housing sites. The county, through one-time Measure H dollars, provided $6.5 million for the purchase and development of our new shelter at 702 Anaheim, and we matched that funding, which will be used to complete the development of the site. And LASA provided an additional $1.5 million for operations at that site as well. We also received $13.2 million as state HAP funding, or HAP funding, in round 4. So we're looking at round 5, forthcoming. $4.9 million in County Measure H, which is over $2 million more than we had last year, and $1.25 million from Senator Gonzalez for prevention efforts. So those were all the allocations that came through based on the kinds of programming that we were seeking to run, and we're very excited about these dollars. We also were very successful in our grant writing efforts. So in addition to that $50 million, we also brought in almost $14 million in new grants, thanks to successful grant writing efforts in homeless services and at the Housing Authority. These funds include $7.5 million to move people who are unsheltered into permanent housing services, permanent housing with services. $5.3 million to address encampments at Billie Jean King Library, Lincoln Park, and elsewhere downtown. Another $1.16 million for 78 new stability vouchers through the Housing Authority. That $1.16 million is annual rent for the 78 stability vouchers that will be ongoing past the first year. The total new funding to address homelessness identified and awarded since January is $63.81 million, which shows a really strong local, regional, and state commitment to addressing homelessness in our city. I do want to share a little bit about where we are on the $13 million from the beginning. We did look at the 3 goals where this money would be best spent: building capacity, increasing access to services, and increasing housing access. Reassigned staff and other staffing supports were part of the building capacity goal. To date, you'll see we've expended about $570,000. We've obligated $640,000, and we forecast we'll have another $800,000 spent by the end of September. The remaining $11 million has all been encumbered, meaning it's dedicated to specific projects such as the completion of the Luxury Inn, tiny homes, the Navigation Center, and other services. So all those dollars are committed, but the projects are still in planning and early construction. All the dollars have not yet been spent, but they will be. I also want to share the FY24 budget process brought in important funding to address homelessness as well. So I thank you as part of that process that we just completed. So through that process, we'll have 5 new administrative positions at the Homeless Services Bureau to support administration of our programs and services, including program budgets, funding proposals, grant agreements, reports, trainings, and technical assistance. The funding is buying a van to provide shuttle services for the Homeless Services Bureau. This service is currently contracted out to an outside vendor, but we're going to bring that in-house for greater flexibility and ownership over the shuttling services. We'll be operating, we also received $60,000 to operate showers and trailer servicing people experiencing homelessness. The trailer is being purchased with one-time emergency response funds, and then likely we'll spend the majority of the next year in a single place for shelter participants, but then it will be out and more available beyond that year. And then we also receive funding to support ongoing maintenance and operational needs of our new facilities. There are 6 new facilities that are scheduled to go online or are continuing activity in FY24. And finally, the BOC this year added $200,000 as a 1-year pilot to transition people in interim housing or interim shelters to transitional living facilities in Long Beach. When you go to the next slide, this is there's also funding provided to other departments. So $300,000 to support cleanup of large homeless encampment sites, including waste and other items illegally dumped in parks and open spaces. $1 million for a new residential protection fund in the Justice Fund, as well as $1.5 million for tenant right to counsel. So those are really big gives. We also received $200,000 in to to be deposited in the Housing Trust Fund for an accessory dwelling unit pilot program, and Development Services received about just over $700,000 for positions to help support permitting and plan reviews to be able to move things more quickly. So the total of those two budgets for the FY24 is about $5.7 million that you all committed to these efforts for FY24. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa to talk about public health and safety.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. So as a reminder, we have multiple bodies who meet on a regular basis to conduct outreach and engagement to people who are experiencing homelessness and to clean up specific areas that have been impacted across our city. The interdepartmental team is made up of staff from several city departments who work together to focus on hotspots and priority locations across our 52 square miles in Long Beach. In the last 6 months, their focus area has spread to more than 20 complex locations across the city. Departments on this specific team include health, police, fire, Parks, Rec and Marine, Public Works, the City Prosecutor's Office, Development Services, Library, and the City Manager's Office. Once the proclamation was put into action, Tidelands, Economic Development, the Walk and Roll Program, and STI HIV prevention, both from health, have joined the team. Though this body has been meeting for years, most of the members joined the Public Health and Safety Work Group under the emergency structure, and meetings became more frequent in order to address the urgent need. Another body you've heard us speak about regularly is the Interjurisdictional Collaborative. This group includes partners who have property that overlaps Long Beach. The interdepartmental team participates as part of this team, and the non-city partners include LA County Public Works, Supervisor Hahn's office, Assemblymember Lowenthal's office, State Senator Lena Gonzalez's office, LA County CEO Homeless Initiative, Caltrans, Union Pacific Railroad, SoCal Edison, Long Beach Transit, LA County Sheriffs, Seal Beach, and Signal Hill PD. Our team is very responsive in the many calls that come in for them to address specific locations across our city. They also conduct proactive outreach to get ahead of potential encampments. When the street team comes together every week, it's a subgroup of the interdepartmental team, and these are the folks that are on the ground on a regular basis. They prioritize and reprioritize locations to maximize effectiveness, and many of your staffers have spoken to them regularly. From January 10th through July 10th, outreach has responded to 2,412 outreach requests. The clean team conducted 607 cleanups, and the interdepartmental team has coordinated outreach for 160 calls for service and enrolled over 1,400 individuals for ongoing services. When people enroll in services, the team ensures that all are linked to any available housing opportunities, either interim or permanent. Case management services also cover a wide range of things with the ultimate goals of getting people into permanent housing. Other services include mail, provision of ID vouchers, workforce connection, and transportation resources. Outreach also supported 88 people with getting their birth certificates over the last 6 months, which is essential to moving forward in the housing process. These engagements would not have been possible without the support of reassigned staff, loaner vehicles from Fleet Services, non-city agency collaboration with community partners, and interdepartmental coordination during this emergency response. So I would now like to invite up Teresa Stewart. She's going to share a story with you about her experience as a social worker serving our libraries. She is also a part of our outreach team and has done a great job connecting unhoused library patrons with services and housing opportunities.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Teresa Stewart, and I'm a library outreach worker for the City of Long Beach Homeless Services Bureau. I just want to share a little bit about one of the clients I worked with at MacArthur Park. I was on my way to Mark Twain Library, and I usually drive around MacArthur Park to see if there's any friends out there that may want services or just need some help. My client was by MacArthur Park in a tent, and Public Works was going to throw some of his stuff out because they were doing a cleanup. It turned out that the client is a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and so was the man from Public Works. They talked, and it really opened up the client's eyes on what opportunities that the VA has to offer regarding HUD-VASH housing. Client had all of his documents, including his DD-214, discharge paperwork, birth certificate, Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology. They were all wet, but still readable. I called my supervisor and advocated for a crisis bed at a motel until we can get this U.S. Marine veteran connected to his VA benefits and housing. This client was open to the help, so he cleaned up the area, and I then shuttled him to the MSC to see a veteran case manager, Jill Bowles. This client received a donation to help him get his dog vaccinated to be able to go into housing at U.S. Vets, and he worked with a mental health clinician to be assessed and provided with justification for his dog to be considered his emotional support animal. The client was open to all services, and while he was at the hotel, he did everything that he needed to do and maintained communication to ensure he was staying on top of his housing plan. The client was approved to go into U.S. Vets housing at the villages of Cabrillo in Long Beach. He was so happy and has called since then to say how grateful he is for the support. The client has completed the program at U.S. Vets and has since moved into his own apartment in Bixby Knolls. It's a pleasure to work in the city of Long Beach at the libraries, helping people one day at a time, one document at a time. The library staff have all been so wonderful to work with. It's a great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Outstanding work.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for sharing that story with us. Thank you. All right, so next, I'd like to invite up Joel Reynosa to share about the inner workings of our interdepartmental team and how powerful the collaboration truly is when we all work together. Joel is our homeless resource coordinator and interdepartmental team and public health and safety work group lead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joel Reynosa. I'm the homeless resource coordinator with the Homeless Services Bureau. Today I'm going to share a story about the importance of interdepartmental collaboration and how it can lead to housing. The person I'm going to speak about has been experiencing homelessness in Long Beach for a very long time. One of our outreach workers, one of our longest serving outreach workers remembers her being homeless as a teenager. She's a person that's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the mental health system for many years. She had been working with outreach off and on since 2021, but due to her untreated mental health condition, she would at times be unwilling to engage with the interdepartmental team. She had numerous interactions with PD, so she was pretty familiar to a lot of the interdepartmental team. Eventually, she was connected to services and began to steadily take medication when she started to re-engage with our outreach team. She reestablished a connection with the interdepartmental team and started working well with our staff. Around the start of the emergency, she accepted shelter and went to ABC, where she awaited an open slot in one of our non-congregate shelter programs. She struggled at ABC due to her mental health condition and institutional trauma. She had spent some time being incarcerated, so the shelter would trigger some of her mental health. Eventually, a space opened up in the encampment resolution program, and she was admitted to the program. In that program, the interdepartmental team, our outreach staff, PD, Public Works, Parks and Rec, they all have they've all touched a lot of our clients in that program. In this environment, her mental health improved, but would have some momentary breakdowns to where she would be admitted to a mental health facility. Due to the emergency proclamation, the interdepartmental team created new partnerships and expanded their efforts. These partnerships were vital in working on her criminal history and getting her connected to long-term mental health services. The interdepartmental team would ensure to communicate with hospitals to get her discharged back to the Encampment Resolution Fund hotel and not exiting back to the streets. Throughout her stay at ERF, our quality of life teams, our outreach teams regularly visit her to check in and see how she was doing. It took multiple departments and partner agencies to work with this individual to get her an apartment of her own, and the work continues. Interdepartmental team staff check in with her at her place and help her in her new surroundings. The emergency proclamation allowed for greater and stronger coordination and teamwork in the interdepartmental team. The relationship within the departments has become stronger, and through these continued relationships, we hope to house and connect many more people. Thank you.
All right, Joel, great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joel. So I really often get calls internally from many of you and externally from community partners requesting support from our interdepartmental team to address specific areas, as Joel was just talking about. But we rarely get to hear about the stories of the human connection and successes, both big and small, from these efforts. So I really appreciate you all sharing those with us. So the emergency has created opportunities for a variety of interdepartmental connections. Our work groups in the Emergency Operations Center have allowed us to tap into the unique skills and talents from many folks across the organization. I'd like to share some examples of that. Our Data and Technology Working Group includes staff from community development, but development services, financial management, health and human services, and technology and innovation. Prior to the emergency, little information was available to describe and quantify the services related to homeless services, as well as the demographics for those we serve. This gap has been closed since the start of the emergency, thanks to the city's new homelessness dashboard. This work group also successfully implemented a mobile app to manage the 2023 point-in-time count. Though planning for the count predated the emergency, the work to support the new app and process the collected data took place during the emergency proclamation. These connections allowed the team to highlight the 2023 point-in-time count data as part of the homelessness dashboard. This was the city's first time presenting these data in an interactive format. A couple more innovations that allowed for streamlining our processes during this emergency include the city manager's office, the EOC command, and TID worked together to streamline the reporting process by way of digital forms. EOC teams complete their status updates electronically, which then sends an instant notification to the EOC command upon completion. This effort boosted efficiency for all of us and set up a model we can carry forward into multiple spaces across the organization. The Homeless Services Bureau needed a way to schedule one-time and reoccurring appointments for the newly created RV dump station. The work group established a reservation system to accommodate both single and recurring appointments. The calendar was then embedded into the Homeless Services Program Manager's Teams channel to ease of use and administration. Reservations are managed electronically, and we now have a common view of reservation status and space availability at the dump station. Again, another tool that can be used for future programming. I'd now like to turn the mic over to Deputy Chief Ty Burford to talk about the work of our police department quality of life team. They are an integral part of our interdepartmental collaborative efforts as well.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I'd like to provide you just with a high-level overview regarding our quality of life team and some of the great work they've done in conjunction with our other city partners, especially through the interdepartmental team. Our mission is to provide compassionate, and let me just back up. My name is Ty Burford, and I'm the Deputy Chief of the Community Services Bureau that oversees the quality of life team out of our Collaborative Response Division under someone you may know very well, Mr. Mayor, Commander Shalana Benson. So with that being said, our mission is to provide compassionate care through outreach and partnerships in conjunction with city and county partners. This includes the Health Department, our Public Works Clean Team, the Long Beach Fire Department, LA County Public Works, Caltrans, the Union Pacific Railroad, various nonprofit organizations, and substance abuse treatment providers. We also, in regards to outreach, we also seek to have a compassionate approach to enforcement. While enforcement is not the first option in terms of making arrests, we try to, again, take that compassionate approach. We are bound by Martin v. Boise, which basically states we must make the best effort to provide shelter first and then follow up with various enforcement models. This relates to Long Beach municipal codes for littering on our parks and beaches, being in the parks and beaches and public spaces after hours, vandalisms to park property, camping, and as you see there, bicycle chop shops, which that is in there too, because we've seen an increase in bicycle thefts within the homeless community, persons experiencing homelessness, and that's one means in which we can help mitigate that due to the fact that we find that bicycles are one of their main modes of travel. We also work with our city prosecutor's office in regards to referrals to homeless court, and working very closely again with the city prosecutor's office to enroll persons experiencing homelessness in our law enforcement assisted diversion program, which year to date we've got about 78 people referred to that program through the work of our people. I'll just give you an overview of what that team is comprised of. The Long Beach Police Department Quality of Life team is comprised of 8 police officers. They are assigned to 2 geographic patrol divisions throughout the city. The officers focus on building relationships with persons experiencing homelessness in the community. They also seek to conduct outreach and support the interdepartmental team while working in the field. Our quality of life officers also seek to build relationships with persons experiencing homelessness through our proactive outreach, as well as when we have to interact with them within the city when they are either a victim of a crime or, unfortunately, sometimes they are suspects of a crime. The Quality of Life team conducts enforcement, like I said, as a last resort, oftentimes, again, for minor criminal offenses, which I've mentioned. These types of crimes usually result in a citation. The PEH, the person experiencing homelessness, is often referred to court at a later time. As mentioned again, in these cases, we really work hand in hand with our city prosecutor's office to try and ensure that the person experiencing homelessness is entered into that law enforcement diversion program as a part of services. The Quality of Life team may also assist detectives when it comes to more of our violent crime incidents and identifying suspects, and also assisting those who have been victims of crime through our outreach and our efforts. The Quality of Life team also assists members of the CLEAN team from Public Works, as well as various other city and county partners, Caltrans, Union Pacific Railroad as such. In line with sharing stories about the outreach efforts in conjunction with our interdepartmental team, I'd like to share 2 stories through those collaborative efforts. One person we'll call Billy. She's our Quality of Life team officers reached out with compassion to the members of the community. Billy, Officer DePillo and Officer Strahan met Billy and got to know her over many interactions. It usually takes about 20 times before a person will accept services. Billy had been on and off the streets since she was 17 years old and had never had a place of her own. Billy expressed a strong desire to get off the street, so Officer DePillo and Strahan committed to helping her find a home. They worked with the Multi-Service Center to obtain a Section 8 voucher. Unfortunately, the voucher expired before Billy was able to find an apartment, but Officer DePillo and Stamen were not going to let that stop them from helping Billy find housing. Through the LEAD program, Billy was connected with the Alma Family Services, who helped Billy find an apartment. Officer DePillo and Stamen helped drive her to housing appointments and obtain documents needed to secure housing. This June, Billy received the keys to her own home for the first time in her life. The intent on continuing to help Billy with the assistance of Officers Stamen and DePillo worked alongside our Christian Outreach in Action, a local nonprofit, to transform the empty apartment into a home. With the assistance from fellow Quality of Life Officers Schneider and Cazares, they also picked up a sofa bed, other furniture, and housing supplies, which they transported to her new home. Billy was beyond grateful for everyone's support and is excited for this next chapter in her life. One additional story I'd like to share is one we'll call Resident M. For the past 5 years, Officer Tith has had many interactions with Resident M, even as a patrol officer prior to his time on the Quality of Life team. During that time, one of the things became glaringly evident was that M was the heart and soul of the homeless community near the Anaheim corridor. She would regularly cook, provide shelter, and generally help any of those unhoused residents in her community, often looked upon as a neighborhood mom. M was always a giver and would often refuse services and offers to find shelter. As a result of countless conversations and personal contacts with Officer Tith, M finally accepted services and was able to obtain permanent housing after years of being unhoused and helping others going through the same journey. M is now off the streets and has a roof over her head to call home. In addition to our great quality of life team, this is an incredible success that couldn't have been accomplished without the partners at the City of Long Beach Multi-Service Center and Mental Health America, as well as our other various city partners. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Commander Burford, or Deputy Chief Burford, not Commander, excuse me, Deputy Chief. Put some respect in your title.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Burford. Okay, we have one last presenter for you. I would like to invite up Gigi Zangane from our City Prosecutor's Office to talk about one of our successful programs that actually Ty was just mentioning, Homeless Court, as well as our Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, also known as LEAD. There you go.
Thank you, Teresa. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gigi Zangane. I'm a social worker and the Homeless Court Coordinator with the City Prosecutor's Office. Our Homeless Court program takes place at the Multi-Service Center, and we help participants there who have misdemeanors and infractions overcome potential legal barriers to gaining permanent housing or employment. This past April, I'm excited to announce we added in parking citation forgiveness to help people who are sleeping in their vehicles as part of our Homeless Court program. And tonight, I wanted to share a little bit about one of our successful participants. We'll call him JC for the purpose of tonight. He had been homeless on and off for several years, was actually for a while sleeping right outside of City Hall and around downtown Long Beach. After an incident that occurred at the library, he did pick up a misdemeanor case and was then referred to Homeless Court through the courthouse. And so he came to the Multi-Service Center, enrolled in Homeless Court, was able to get connected to a case manager. And earlier, I know you heard from Allison about the emergency housing vouchers, so he was one of the participants who was approved for a voucher. After that point, he got connected with a nonprofit called PATH to help him find an apartment. It took some time. Eventually, he did find a place, which is really exciting. While all of that was going on, while he was trying to get his paperwork together and while he was searching for a unit, he was still on the streets. He had had some negative experiences at shelters. He had a hard time getting along with some of his peers, so he was still downtown sleeping outside. And one of the officers, Officer Payan, was out in the Civic Center area, came across JC, kind of talked to him and found out that he expressed some interest in staying in shelter while he was trying to find a place. Our office developed a really cool app called the Guides app, which allows officers to look up local resources and input their contact info if they do want to be connected to an outreach worker. So Officer Payan referred JC to us again, and we were able to have an outreach worker from the Multi-Service Center go out that afternoon. And he was placed temporarily in a motel while he was looking for a place. And I'm happy to report that he did successfully move into his apartment a couple months ago. When he came back to Homeless Court in April for a progress report, everyone was super excited, the judge, our prosecutor, public defender, to hear that he had found his own place and was still in case management. So his case was dismissed and he successfully completed Homeless Court. And that's just one example of how a lot of our city departments and community partners work together on every single person to try to get them the help that they need. Next slide, please. And I want to take a moment to say thank you to all of our partners who do refer to Homeless Court, who do serve our participants. With funding from Supervisor Janice Hahn's office, we're excited to continue the program another year. To date, we've served a little over 300 people at Homeless Court. And then if you could go to the next slide. And lastly, before I leave you, I just wanted to mention another one of our diversion programs, LEAD, which is Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. I like to think of LEAD as the proactive version of Homeless Court. So before someone picks up a case, before they get arrested, and an officer has the opportunity to divert them from the criminal justice system and actually refer them to resources while they're out in the field. So officers do have access to the Guides app to look up different resources for people. We have several partners with the LEAD program. We work really closely with our multi-service center, but also there's Alma Family Services, Tarzana Treatment Centers, Los Angeles Center for Alcohol and Drug Addiction, Mental Health America, and Salvation Army as well. So we're very fortunate for all the partners that we have and thankful for all their support and look forward to continuing to serve the Long Beach community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gigi. Keep up the great work.
All right, thank you so much, Gigi. All right, so next we're going to turn the mic over to Don McIntosh, our city attorney, and Anita Lakhani, a deputy city attorney, to talk about case law associated with homelessness. This is in response to your June 20th council item requesting a presentation discussing policy options related to unlawful uses of public spaces, including camping, that contribute to public health issues, nuisance, and public safety concerns.
Thank you, Teresa. Dawn McIntosh. It's great to be here with you tonight. Let's start with the case that everybody's been talking about, and that's Martin v. Boise. This is the seminal case in the Ninth Circuit right now that is governing this area. This case started in 2009 after a local homeless shelter closed down in Boise, and a number of homeless folks were arrested and cited for sleeping in public when they had nowhere else to go. So they filed suit and they prevailed in the trial court. It was appealed to the Ninth Circuit, and the Ninth Circuit held, as you see up there, that it is a violation of the Eighth Amendment's prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment when an individual has no access to alternative shelter to criminalize their ability to sleep in a public place. And so that was a pretty groundbreaking decision by the Ninth Circuit, which has jurisdiction over most of the West. That includes California, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, Alaska, and Hawaii. In the past, courts had held that things were legal or not legal, but they hadn't gone so far as to find them a violation of the Eighth Amendment to the Constitution. So we can go to the next slide, please. After Martin, there was another case that went through the courts. This is called Johnson versus Grants Pass. This decision was in 22, and that case took Martin a little bit further. Basically what happened in that case is there was the city of Grants Pass, not a big city, about 38,000 people, had about 600 homeless folks, and they adopted some ordinances which precluded a homeless person from using a blanket, a pillow, or a cardboard box for protection from the elements within the city's city limits. So they took Martin v. Boise and said, okay, we can't criminalize you sleeping in public, but what we'll say is you can't use a blanket or a pillow or a box. The ordinances also had civil fines. Martin v. Boise had criminal fines or criminal violations. But if you get 2 civil fines under Johnson, under Grants Pass's ordinances, then they would lead to an order that you could not be in a park for 30 days. And if you were found in violation of that, then that was a criminal trespass charge. So there were civil violations and civil penalties, but it led ultimately to a potential criminal penalty. And that went again to the Ninth Circuit, and the Ninth Circuit found that that also was a violation of the Eighth Amendment. And they said that they would be expanding Martin v. Boise to the extent that you can't stop somebody from having the basic, shall we say, the basics of blankets or a sleeping bag or something to stay warm and dry if they're sleeping outdoors because you don't have shelter available. That case was also brought as a class action, and that court for the first time found that a class action could be used for this type of venue. And it also found that civil penalties that lead to criminal penalties in this situation are a violation of the Eighth Amendment. Grants Pass has recently petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court to hear its case, so we'll have to see what happens there. If the Supreme Court decides to take it, we'll see what they do, but that's all up in the air for the future. Next. So basically, Martin did not go all the way to say you can't do and have any restrictions on where homeless people can be and when. In that case, they said you can have some restrictions. You can say, for example, you can be in this public area, you know, except for the 2 hours in the morning when we're going to wash and clean it up. So it did leave some ability for cities to control when and where in public areas, but you can't stop folks from being in those public areas. They also found that an available shelter has to be more than just a street or an umbrella. You have to have something that actually gives you a little bit of shelter, but you don't need to be in a building. As far as what's an available shelter, in Grants Pass, they had a religious-based shelter that required folks who stayed at the shelter to participate in religious services and go through religious counseling, and they said that's not considered available shelter if there's religious obligations along with that. They also found that if someone chooses not to take shelter that's offered to them, that does not fall within that case, that's a separate issue and is not under the prohibition that's established by that case. Now, I want to say that the City of Los Angeles has been in litigation for, I want to say, the last 20 years on how they have handled their homeless population. The earlier cases were challenging the city for criminalizing homelessness, much like in Boise and Grants Pass, and each time they lost in court, they would enter into a settlement agreement. Then someone would sue them over their approach under the settlement agreement, and they would lose in that case as well. And so they stopped criminalizing their homeless population. They would then do sweeps where they would destroy everyone's property during the sweep. They were sued for that, and they lost that case. So then they started doing very little. So more recently, they were sued for doing nothing. And so as a result of that case, the City of LA has recently settled, and the settlement is requiring them to put money into building housing and providing housing and actually addressing the homeless situation and not just the fact that the homeless are there. The county is also in that lawsuit, and the county tried to engage in a settlement, but the court has not approved that yet. The court felt the county wasn't doing enough because their responsibility in that particular instance is the mental health component and the substance abuse component. That's where the county has jurisdiction. So they're still working on trying to come up with a settlement the court will bless in that case, but this has been a long road for the city of LA. Similarly, the city of San Francisco has also had a very aggressive position toward their homeless population, and they have gotten a number of court rulings against them and injunctions, and they're in this constant loop of trying to find some way to address the situation, but it's met with great skepticism by the courts and the local community because of their past track record. So with this, I will turn it over to Anita, who's going to talk about what other jurisdictions near us are doing.
Good evening. To recap, the City Council has requested information about what other jurisdictions are doing to address public safety concerns, with a focus on obstructions of public right-of-ways, sensitive areas such as schools, or areas of environmental concerns such as waterways. I'll go ahead and dive right in, starting with the City of Santa Ana. The City of Santa Ana's ordinance prohibits any person to camp on public streets, parking lots, or public areas. The City of Santa Ana's implementation of its ordinance is consistent with Martin v. City of Boise, where if an individual refuses available shelter, the police department may issue a misdemeanor citation. This is similar to the City of Long Beach's approach that we just heard about from the deputy chief, where as a last resort, Long Beach will follow this court guidance of Martin v. Boise. The City of Los Angeles' ordinance states that no person shall sit, lie, or sleep, or store personal property within 500 feet of schools. In addition, its city's council is able to establish by resolution further encampment restrictions in areas such as libraries, shelters, and parks. For areas established by resolution, the city's practice is to first provide education, establish signage, and then proceed with issuing citations. Although the Los Angeles Police Department issues citations, it is not common that those cases are filed against individuals in criminal court. Last year, in the City of Los Angeles, a lawsuit was filed in federal court which stated the city's ordinance violated the 8th Amendment's excessive fine clause and the 14th Amendment's due process clause. The case is currently pending resolution, and the City Attorney's Office will be monitoring the outcome of the Los Angeles lawsuit. Up next here, we have the City of San Diego. The City of San Diego passed an ordinance this summer which restricts any person to camp on public property as long as there's alternative shelter available after someone refuses it. San Diego's ordinance also provides that regardless of shelter availability, the city can restrict camping on public property in these areas: within 2 blocks of K through 12 schools, within 2 blocks of a shelter, along trolley tracks and transportation hubs, in city parks if there's a substantial public health and safety risk established, or in any open space, waterway, or bank of a waterway. Next up, we have the City of Culver City. The City of Culver City passed an ordinance which provided that tents or cots are not allowed on public sidewalks, streets, in parks, schools, or on city-owned property. The city has not begun issuing citations under this ordinance, as it is starting off with an approach of outreach and education. Next up, we have the City of Huntington Beach, which recently passed an ordinance that provides that no person shall place or occupy any canopy larger than 100 square feet in any park or beach, or any tent without at least 2 sides completely open to public view. The city's police department has issued citations when an individual violates this ordinance, and cases have been filed in criminal court. The city has not yet been constitutionally challenged on this ordinance. We'll end it off with the City of Long Beach. The City of Long Beach may restrict individuals from camping on public property between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. The city's practice is to remain consistent with the guidance from Martin v. City of Boise when issuing citations under this ordinance, by only issuing a citation if there is an available shelter bed for an individual and the individual refuses it. Recall that available shelter cannot be merely asphalt, but it should be indoors. The City of Long Beach may also restrict individuals from camping in public parking lots, beaches, parks, or public plazas. Again, only if there is an available shelter bed for an individual and the individual refuses it. In addition to these rules related to encampments, the city is obligated to follow the 4th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which speaks to search and seizure of possession, and the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which speaks to due process of law. In the case of Levon v. City of Los Angeles, the court ruled cities must provide notice of intent to clean public spaces when an encampment is present, and must have policies and procedures for cleaning and storing of property, which the City of Long Beach does. I'll turn it back over to Dawn McIntosh. Thank you.
So just in conclusion on the case law review and what other jurisdictions are doing, I just want to point out that while a number of jurisdictions have recently adopted various types of ordinances to try to address issues associated with the homelessness within the guidance of Martin v. Boise, none of them have been challenged and had a court rule that they are constitutionally sufficient. So just so you know, a lot of those are new. Some of them aren't even being implemented yet, and we do not have any of them that a court has looked at and said that they are constitutionally sound. So just wanted to advise you of that.
All right, so thank you, Dawn and Anita, for taking such a deep dive into the case laws and ordinances from other jurisdictions and from here in Long Beach. So I'd like to start the next series of slides. We are getting there. Hang with us. By taking a collective breath, please. We want to not only reflect on all of the work that has been happening over the last several months, but to also acknowledge that as a city, we are extremely progressive in how we provide services and recognizing the importance of putting people first. In our process, it is critical that we start with outreach and engagement. Building relationships build trust and helps us successfully connect people to services. We check first to see if basic needs are being met, so offering food and water and providing immediate medical attention. And then we move to offering emergency shelter and connection to case management in hopes of longer-term housing solutions. And you've heard a lot of amazing stories this evening about what that looks like. If people are not ready to engage, depending on where they are residing, they can be asked to leave the location, of course, following the protocols of Martin v. Boise, as we've been talking about. Citations are only given when people are not ready to leave the location or are not ready to go into shelter. I want to remind you that our safe parking program and programs like sanctioned encampments, which we currently do not have as a program, do not meet the Martin v. Boise requirements as bed options. I also want to reemphasize that enforcement is not the way we want to go as a city. Though we do it when necessary, we believe that relationship and trust building, providing services, and making connections to housing is the ultimate way to solve this homeless crisis. When we post encampments for cleanups, we post for 48 hours, but outreach and engagement starts several days or even weeks prior to the cleanup to ensure that people are given options to relocate into shelter if they so choose. Personal property that is collected during the cleanup can be claimed up to 90 days thereafter. So to figure out what could work best for Long Beach, we have looked at areas where other jurisdictions have found success. Here are some best practices, some of which we do now and some of which we are considering. So safe sleeping and sanctioned encampments. So we saw a large increase in sanctioned encampments across the country during and after the COVID pandemic hit. Communities that have reported successes have had programs that largely resemble a shelter program for people who are sleeping in tents. This means having a well set up area with security protocols in place, hygiene facilities, maintenance, food, and supportive services, all on one site. Large-scale utilization of motels and hotels. So Long Beach has been using this model for years and has learned that most people prefer private rooms. And when people are comfortable in their short-term shelter, it's easier for them to stay long enough to be connected to permanent housing. We also continue to increase capacity by way of motel vouchers and have looked at motel and hotel master leasing for other program opportunities. Through the Multi-Service Center and some of our faith organizations and community partners, we have long provided access to showers and restrooms for people who are seeking those services. One great example is a pilot with Monday Matters at MacArthur Park, which provides mobile restrooms and showers. We have set aside funding within the emergency and in next year's budget to include mobile hygiene services in our operations. There are quite a few peer support models out there. Here in the city and with our nonprofit partners, we do have a practice of hiring people with lived experience. However, we don't currently have positions or programs that are specifically identified as peer-to-peer. People with lived experience can bring great insight, empathy, and expertise to our overall response and should be hired in various levels of the organization, including decision-making spaces. It's important to design programs with people, not just for people. The city is establishing a lived experience advisory board to provide guidance, expertise, and shared decision-making to inform our policies and services. The health department, in partnership with Pacific Gateway, are also working to establish an apprenticeship and mentoring program to provide employment pathways. Day shelters, there are a few day shelters that remain from what we could find. Day shelters are most often connected to access centers similar to the MSC so that people seeking respite can also get screened and enrolled into housing services. Unlike the MSC, day shelters provide beds available for anyone who is currently unsheltered and wants to rest during daytime hours. The programs that do exist typically only have a handful of available beds. Host homes are a form of interim housing that connects a household with that has a spare bedroom to a youth, usually between the ages of 18 to 25, who are currently experiencing unsheltered homelessness or housing instability. The program provides supportive services both for the youth and the household to ensure all parties are supported. LASA currently funds a host home program that serves the county, and youth within Long Beach are eligible for that. However, Long Beach does not have a specific host home program at this time. Refuse services. So encampment occupants have no realistic way to dispose of trash and other waste. This waste accumulates, creating potential public health and environmental hazards. Currently, the city's clean team and our contracted service provider, Ocean Blue, conduct encampment cleanups. There are a couple of groups in Long Beach that pays people who are or have recently been homeless to do community cleanups near encampments. There are two models that have been implemented in other locations to try to address the needs for trash services. So one is providing compensation to people based on the amount of trash they pick up, similar to a recycling program. The other is providing a trash services to certain encampment areas where refuse services comes by once or twice a week to pick up trash in a bid to improve overall public health. Voluntary storage. So this allows people to store a specific amount of possessions for a set period of time while they're working on housing goals and services. Long Beach will have voluntary storage once the navigation center is completed. Currently, the MSC does provide support to people who need to safely store their vital documents. Street medicine and psychiatric supports have existed for quite some time. A true street medicine model provides people care on the street, regardless of insurance or enrollment in primary care. The challenge there is funding. Without medical insurance, the provider can't get reimbursed. Although Long Beach doesn't have a street medicine team, we do have a robust medical care response system for people who are experiencing homelessness. For a little over a year, Healthcare in Action has been providing mobile primary care through a mobile clinic, and recently DHS has launched their mobile health clinic, both augmenting the services we can provide via our partnership with the Children's Clinic. There's a huge need for more psychiatric services that are low barrier and meet people where they are. The city set aside funding in HAP round 4 with the goal of finding a way to bring this to fruition. And as we've been talking about, we've expanded our mental health and therapy over the past several years and added new programming during the proclamation. Other communities have co-located mental health clinicians in key access points such as libraries and jails, as we have done. The goal is to provide someone to support connection to mental health services at a larger scale. And we are definitely leading in connecting people in hopes of becoming a model for low barrier access to mental health triage and brief services while working to get people connected to larger mainstream services. An area of opportunity is in having a step-down bed program for people who are exiting a behavioral health hold from the hospital. Currently, most people are exiting either back to unsheltered situations or to a shelter setting that it's not necessarily built for mental health supports. And then mobile services. So Long Beach is definitely a leader in this area. And the center, we plan for the mobile therapy vehicle that's coming, and we work with partners who provide substance use services, sexual health screenings, and medical services. Examples of other mobile services are mobile library, mobile recess, and legal service clinics. And finally, legal connections. So there's been an increase in communities who are funding eviction defense, similar to what we've done here in Long Beach. Some communities have gone further to create a right to counsel available to everyone who's going through an eviction process. In addition to eviction defense, there are several communities that have more broadly funded legal services to cover a wide range of legal issues that can prevent people from successfully transitioning back into housing. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Kelly to talk about the next phase.
So we're going to share a little bit about what it could look like to be transitioning out of the emergency proclamation into our next phase of commitment to addressing homelessness. So unlike many other jurisdictions, our municipal code says we will terminate a local emergency at earliest possible date. So you hear some like, Seattle, King County, I think has been an emergency for 10 or 20 years. And we're trying not to be in an emergency for 10 to 20 years around homelessness. It holds us all accountable to demonstrate our need for emergency powers. Given this, we are working to identify a time frame and plan for moving past the emergency. Current efforts and future work are outlined in these following slides that I'll just run through quickly. So first of all, it's just reminding us all that we already have a continuum of care, and this is a robust system of care to address homelessness, and we've had this continuum of care for decades, and so it's our solid foundation for ongoing work, for our commitment to work with others, all our many partners and things, and it has a very structured governance, and we're also implementing a lived advisory board to support the governance going forward. We'll continue to focus on adding our shelter beds, permanent housing, and supports. We're also focusing on prevention so we can stop the cycle of generational poverty and homelessness. There's also a number of other programs here that are ongoing that are listed on the slides. During these emergency efforts, just for a quick recap, Basically, we've brought in, identified $63.8 million in new funding. We sped up housing approvals from 6 to 12 months to 60 to 90 days. We've moved the NOFA release to biannual to improve planning and site control, which allows for expedited construction. We've launched the Mobile Access Center. We've expanded our REACH program to the third team. We developed a strategic communications plan. We also increased our bed count by 85 new emergency winter shelter beds at 702 Anaheim, which will also serve as a permanent winter shelter site, providing housing to 582 more people through the emergency housing vouchers, increased mental health services delivery, both in-person telehealth services at the MSC and through our county DHS partnership. We've increased the interdepartmental and interjurisdictional coordination across the city and expanded our reach with adding more community partnerships that potentially can support housing and service delivery.
All right, and coming in the very near future, we will be launching the encampment resolution program to focus on Billie Jean King Library, Lincoln Park, and other areas of downtown. Shelter beds will be identified to support these resolution efforts, and we will launch a mobile mental health and substance use treatment van, as Kelly just mentioned. Also coming, we will extend the emergency job order contracting, known as the JOC program, and we will make policy and zoning changes permanent in order to streamline housing starts. We are also working to establish a new governance structure to strengthen collaboration and coordination across our city teams once we have transitioned out of the emergency proclamation phase. Other forthcoming actions include developing a homeless prevention policy platform, developing and launching the next version of the homeless strategic plan, completing the construction projects that are currently or soon to be underway, and continuing to focus on the medium and long-term goals outlined under this emergency response effort, also talked about earlier in the presentation. So the city team has worked tirelessly through this emergency response effort. Actually, we are not tireless, we're pretty tired, just to be honest.
Just to be honest.
And I just want to share like really how proud I am of each and every person who has contributed to this very complicated and topic and process. So I'm looking at my team over here. I just am so grateful. Our team has leaned into this work in ways I would have never expected, and we have so many community partners who have leaned in such a remarkable way as well. This journey has not by any means been an easy one, and in fact, we've learned some very, very hard knock lessons along the way. But I have so much gratitude for every person who has shared their expertise and wisdom to this work, and gratitude to all of you for your support in this ongoing effort. And I'm grateful that we as a city have also committed to these values that hold each unique person that we're supporting to get back into a home and into a community. And we hold them at the core of how we conduct business, and we hold really true to that. We are committed to using an equity lens in our decision-making and service provision. We will continue to spend time critically thinking through new strategies and policies to avoid unintended consequences, and when some unintended consequences happen, we learn from those and we don't do them again. We use a trauma-informed lens to support program participants and our frontline staff across all of our city departments. And we are committed to being consistent in our response efforts, including when we do use enforcement measures to ensure violence and crime for housed and unhoused neighbors are treated alike. So I'm really happy now to turn the mic back over to Tom so he can close us out, and then we will be happy to respond to questions as soon as we view the second video.
All right, well, thank you very much, Teresa, and I just want to thank the mayor and council for giving us this time. I know it's an enormous amount of investment that you've all sat here and our audience, but as you can see, there is an unbelievable amount of work that's happened and things that are still coming that we really wanted to pull all this together so we can get one big look at where we're at and be able to answer those questions. I'm going to sum it up with a couple of challenges and opportunities. In addition to all the things we've talked about, we do have some challenges. Measure H, which is one of the big funding sources that's out there, that sunsets soon. So that sunsets in 2027, and we either need to figure out, is that going to be continued, or is it going to be increased, or is it going to go away, and we're going to have to adapt. There is no dedicated funding right now for housing production in Long Beach and prevention programs and all the things we know that we're going to need besides just an emergency response. So things like right to counsel, rental assistance, the ability for permanent housing construction, those are all unfunded right now and need to be figured out. La Casa is a great new organization, so there are some opportunities out there, and they're exploring countywide housing. They're having those discussions about right to counsel, and I thank the mayor for immediately saying he wants to be on that board and being in leadership and being the vice chair. So we have a big seat at that table. The Long Beach Housing Promise is the concept of working with all of our educational institutions, and that's bearing some fruit as they look to see how can they be a part of this with their resources and their land, and I really appreciate their partnership. There's some potential for mental health money coming down the pipeline with the residential mental health bond, which would be about $1.5 billion a year statewide that voters get to decide on. And the big cities have really come together to push for additional flexible housing funding, which we call HHAP. So there's $1 billion for all cities, and the allocation amounts are pending, but we do expect that Long Beach will get a good portion of that. So we told you so much. This is kind of my last slide here. I just want to highlight on the things that I think, if we were to sum this up in 30 seconds or less, what did we accomplish? What were we trying to do? Again, I am incredibly proud of the work that our team has done. I've seen their passion. I've seen how much they care, how much they want to work together. We've seen employees that don't do work in homelessness services get engaged and bring ideas, and we've seen, of course, the expertise of our teams that do this every single day. We have greatly enhanced our service capacity. There is no doubt we have more services and better coordination than we did back in January. We've added 85 new shelter beds. 120 more are coming on top of the 1,300 that we've already increased. We brought in $63 million worth of funding. That is incredible, going back to January. And we've got another $5.7 million in the FY24 budget. 582 people found housing through the emergency housing vouchers, 100% lease-up rate, and we did that faster than a lot of our peers out there. We have much better coordination now, internally and externally, with our partners and also with our departments. I think you heard before, we enrolled 1,300 people in housing. We've reassigned staff. We've had 2,500 outreach requests. We definitely have a better system. We've improved our MAC outreach, and one of the things that is my favorite is we're seeing anecdotally more people, and through the numbers, more people accepting services than before the emergency. So that acceptance rate is higher because of the way that we've changed our approaches. We've sped housing affordable development. Used to be about 6 to 12 months, down in the 60 to 90 day range. That's incredible work. And we've increased our engagement. It's become more of a community activation with all of our donations, and our nonprofits doing that work. And so you'll see a lot of those boxes we could check saying our short and medium term goals are done, but we're working on a lot of the remaining goals. There were technical components of the emergency that we brought to you that aren't no longer needed. And so we're going to be bringing you a plan to get to work past the emergency and continue this work into the future. And I know a lot of this started with that discussion about, enforcement. And so I hope you saw tonight, enforcement tools are available. We do have a number of ways to address that. It's not our first approach. They're there when they're needed, when they're appropriate and they're legal. And we are a leader in managing homelessness, but we're doing it with compassion, with enforceability, directly linked to our shelter capacity. So with that, I want to thank everyone who's been a part of it tonight. We had a number of guest presenters up at the speaker. Those are the people leading this work out there. So Alana Grant and Allison King and Gigi and Hannah and Joel and Teresa. We also had incredible support from our leadership team behind me. Of course, led by Kelly Colopy, who's been co-leading this from the very beginning. Teresa Chandler, who's always been there in the beginning and has been growing her role in the leadership in the latter parts of the emergency. Our amazing city attorney team, Dawn McIntosh and Anita. Kevin, our public affairs officer, and we heard from Ty Buford as well. So, Mayor, we have 3.5 minutes left. If you'll give us a chance to let you see some of the other faces and voices in the emergency. One day we were at the EOC and we said, hey, would you come out and just tell the mayor and council what you do and why you found this special? So we think you'd like to wrap it up that way. And we'll cue the video.
Right now, we have a local emergency. LA County has an emergency around homelessness. There is a growing momentum around working together to help provide resources and services for folks who need it the most.
It takes a community, everyone all in together to address this issue. The amount of legislation and bills that we've engaged in are very comprehensive, supportive of resources and services, but also engaged with providing more funding.
We partnered with LA County and Supervisor Hahn's office to get $6.5 million to help acquire and rehabilitate a site that we'll be able to use permanently for shelter space, for additional homeless services and resources.
In development services, we regulate development, so that's planning and permitting for anything that gets built here in the city of Long Beach. We've been able to speed up our process from what used to take a year to around 60 to 90 days to process new affordable projects. We've pushed out more than $10 million towards new affordable projects.
I joined the EOC in December, supporting the housing authorities' attempt to make sure that there were landlords to provide housing for people that had Section 8 vouchers, and we were able to get a good team going.
We've seen some success stories that have been shared on people finally finding permanent housing and things like that, so I think it makes it all worth it.
This really has been such a crisis, and we have been speaking with our librarians about how to have compassion. We were able to create the donation centers, the box at every separate library location in order to get donations for those people experiencing homelessness. We see people experiencing homelessness in the libraries every day, and this has energized me into feeling like I can make a difference in their lives.
We had a meeting of several faith-based organizations here from the city of Long Beach, from different religious backgrounds. Different leaders came together to discuss each other's resources, to discuss what we're doing for the city of Long Beach in tackling this problem. So I'm just happy to be a part of the solution.
One of the projects we were able to deliver early on was a safe parking site. We were able to set up a place for folks that are living out of their cars to sleep, rest, recover. It's been really highly utilized, and the folks that are using the services are grateful to feel secure and safe overnight in their cars.
Our animal care services really has been a very essential part of, reaching out to them and making sure if there's services that their dog or their animal that they're caring for can benefit from, that's maybe kind of a quieter element, but it's really important for a lot of those individuals to know that we can also offer services to their dogs or animals.
It's kind of heart-wrenching to see so many folks who are either very young or very old experiencing homelessness. One of the products that our team has been responsible for is the homelessness dashboard. So we see information about them, the causes of their ordeals, the age ranges that are represented. It helps to humanize the folks that are experiencing homelessness.
People of the city really care. The people that do this work, they're emotionally affected by it. People lose sleep, people cry. This is something that means a lot to the people who do the work as well as the people in the community. We don't want to see people in our city suffer, and we want to do everything we can to help people experiencing homelessness and give them opportunities to lead happy and productive lives.
With that concludes our report. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Well, thanks everyone for bearing with us through that presentation. And I just have to say, never have I seen in the 13 years that I've been an employee of the city of Long Beach this degree of comprehensive focus on one issue. And it makes me proud to see the professionalism and the service of our city employees. And it really demonstrates what can happen when we have mission focus. We're focused on addressing our biggest challenges and delivering concrete results. So thank you, Tom, and thank you to your entire team for that incredible, incredible presentation and all of the work that represents over the first 6 months focused on this issue. So thank you. Just a few thoughts, and then we'll go to public comment. Then we'll hear from a few of the council members. I think what's really come through here is a real spirit of teamwork on behalf of the city team, across departments, as well as the community and the city council. I can tell you, There was no shortage of individuals that wanted to come on our weekly live stream, and it really showed. I mean, it said 15 live streams, but that was back at the end of July, right? I mean, you've had some of the folks we've seen up here, Melissa and Hannah. Joel has been on the show. Lucy came on. I call it the show because it's like every Tuesday. We got a live stream. I call it the show. And Commander Benson. And so I get to see every week, and people who follow along get to see every week, all the different facets of this really hard but really important work. And I'll tell you, the City Council has really demonstrated a spirit of teamwork on an issue that this isn't our first time tackling issues. Many of us have been on this council a long time. We've never seen this degree of cohesion and mission focus on this issue. It's always been very controversial when we talk about homelessness, and lots of bad feelings. But these past few months, you've seen a real spirit of working together to overcome challenges and make sure everyone's needs are met. We also have seen a real tone change in the community. And I think a part of that is the way that we've learned to engage our communities as well. And, all the work with community engagement that Alana highlighted, the missteps at the very beginning with Silverado Park, and learning very quickly on how to make commitments to the community and come together and really demonstrate that we're able to move really quickly. I mean, getting the funding for the shelter, community meetings together, neighborhood roundtables, all of those things really in partnership with the community, with clergy, with groups like AOC 7 and others have really positioned us to really work as a team. And I think that's really important. You've highlighted so many, I couldn't start to just call out individual things that you've highlighted. But I will say, when we began to talk about how we're going to tackle this issue that had grown, we talked about managing expectations, being really honest with the public about how can we increase our capacity to manage this crisis to a greater extent. How can we deliver tangible results? How can we improve communication? How can we be transparent with data? How can we be more responsive to residents? How can we lead with compassion and offer more housing, more shelter? And I think we've demonstrated that we have been able to do those things. I also acknowledge the challenges, Tom, that you highlighted, that it costs money to do this work, public dollars. And I'm proud to see that the initial $12 million that we allocated out of last year's in-year fund savings have been returned fivefold, from $12 million to $64 million in a 6-month period. I've never seen that happen in our city. And so that wouldn't have happened without, again, a spirit of regional and statewide collaboration from the governor coming to visit Long Beach, having real candid conversations with us about encampment resolutions, city council members working to figure out solutions like Councilwoman Zendejas, our county supervisor Janice Hahn, really being a partner, answering the phone call and figuring out ways to move on these opportunities. And frankly, folks like Jeff Levine at Long Beach Rescue Mission, who really partnered with us to truly make these things happen. And everyone from community hospital to everyone who's played a role. Now, we know there's still more work to do. We understand that. And we know that there are threats and big challenges ahead, like continuing to fund the work, like making sure that our other priorities as a city don't fall behind as well, like preparing to make sure that we can address our budget challenges in the future, like making sure we can get to continue to address root causes, like housing production and mental health and the substance use issues that keeps me up at night. Those are the things we have to continue to do. And I like the thoughtfulness in your plan, anticipating what's next as we move toward the next step in our plan. And so I look forward to these important next steps. I think that you've carried yourself well. I think you represented our city, all of you, very, very well, very thoughtful. Madam City Attorney, you took on some very challenging stuff, and we haven't been dealing with some of the lawsuits other cities have done. And you've made it very, very clear we can always do more to educate our public about the circumstances, but to be able to engage on this complex issue without putting or exposing our city to further liability and risk is very masterful. So thank you, and we encourage you to continue to speak up and let us know what are wise decisions and how to move forward in a way that's smart and responsible. But I just, I know there's a lot more work to do, but I am inspired by this work. I know that when we work together, I've said it before, but you're just demonstrating it. There's no challenge too great that we can't overcome when we all come together as a city team and as a community. So at this point, we have members of the public signed up to speak. We have 8, Scott Amps, Chriselle Dombrowski, Julio Sandino, Pam Chadaswati, Housing Advocate, which I think Housing Advocate left. So there's 7. Sherman Stone, Gary Shelton, and Marlene Alverselli. So is Scott here? Please come forward. If you heard your name, please make your way forward.
Hello, Scott, District 2. Martin v. Boise ruled that in the absence of available shelter, penalizing someone for sitting, sleeping, or lying on public property is unconstitutional, being in violation of the 8th Amendment. However, as the presentation here today stated, the ruling includes the carve-out that limitations may still be placed on camping or sleeping during certain times and in certain places. By contrast, the anti-camping laws that Long Beach has in place prohibit camping on a broad range of public sites, including parks, beaches, parking lots, bike paths, plazas, and more. In other words, large swaths of public space throughout the city. To be sure, there are a number of reasons why someone might refuse the offer of a temporary shelter bed, included being separated from loved ones, being separated from pets, facing restrictions on when you can come and go, or not wanting to experience what friends of mine who are unhoused have described as rude, condescending, and insulting treatment at shelters, among other reasons. But from what I gather, one of the solutions that's being proposed today or being put forth today by the city as an alternative is to order whoever is allegedly refusing services to order them to leave on the pain of a citation, which of course increases barriers to housing. It was said in the presentation that they're asked to leave, but when the ask is backed up with the citation, it's not an ask, it's an order. It was also said during the presentation that Long Beach's anti-camping laws are not in violation of Martin v. Boise because enforcement only occurs when shelter beds are not accepted. However, last month, less than 48 hours after Hurricane Hilary passed through, the city of Long Beach and LA County swept the encampment on the riverbed in Long Beach, tossing out tents, tarps, blankets, and other survival items, less than 48 hours after the hurricane. The Long Beach Post and local activists have both stated that numerous people living on the riverbed reported that they were not, in fact, offered services prior to the sweep. And one man, for example, was quoted by the Post as being told simply to leave. I know this person, I see him often. He's not difficult to get into contact with. So that he wasn't offered services, I don't think it's because he was not findable. Additionally, the presentation, slide 74 to be specific, stated that personal property taken during a sweep is stored and can be reclaimed within 30 days. This is either a gross distortion or a flat-out lie. During sweeps, ungathered belongings are thrown en masse into flatbeds and trash compactors.
Thank you,
They
sir.
are not sorted, tagged,
Sir,
or
your time's
preserved,
concluded.
and no one gets their possessions back.
Thank you. Next is Chriselle. Is Chriselle here? Please come forward.
Hi, good evening, council members and honorable mayor. I wanted to start by saying that Long Beach shines like a North Star of diversity. You have a unique opportunity here to pioneer new civil rights here, as well as enshrine existing ones in Long Beach by enacting laws that make it illegal to discriminate against homeless and hiring, as well as jobs and gym memberships, so that people get these gym memberships, which can be terminated for no reason. That way they can store their things, they can use the toilet, they can take a shower, etc. I also want to say that all loitering and vagrancy laws here need to be repealed, as they were primarily enacted in the South to punish ex-slaves with nowhere to go and no money. Now they target the unhoused, who are overwhelmingly people of color because of economic disparities. These laws have shameful roots in Jim Crow and the Black Codes, as do vagrancy laws, and must be abolished. I wanted to speak to the sweeps as well. I have so much to say, but I can't possibly say it all. The sweeps violate people's human rights. Housing is a human right. Also, owning property is a human right that came about approximately in 700 BC. Close enough for government work was always the joke of my family. Anyway, yeah, with thou shalt not steal, which is exactly what they do in these sweeps. Also, taking someone's tent, which is their shelter, that also violates their right to privacy. That is like the only privacy homeless people get is in a tent. Taking their blankets is wrong, taking their pillows, all of that, and just disposing of, and also they often have food. They often have had to struggle to get birth certificates so that they can get driver's licenses, so that they can get permanent housing. And those get taken away. They need those for phones as well. You can't get an Obama phone without one. Thank you.
And thank you. Next is Julio.
Good evening. First, I would like to give light to the contradictions in the way that we are handling this homelessness crisis. When someone refuses service and we push them away, or we sweep their home, or we destroy their communities that they have formed, we are just making it way harder for them to get into housing and to not be experiencing homelessness anymore. There is no such thing as a compassionate sweep. And the police chief or the police officer gave a story of two people who for many years did not get services. And they were good people. They were members of the unhoused community, and they were doing good work. And people like that exist to this day out there that are being swept. And it's not right, and it's counterproductive. We talk about not wanting to be like Seattle, where a crisis is happening for many years. But if we keep employing these tactics, well, it's going to keep happening. It's the only logical conclusion. The other thing I want to talk about in terms of contradiction is our commitment. We have committed $60 million to this problem that we're facing. But we also have committed about $320 million to Long Beach Police, about how much of their work is just dealing with the homeless problem. It's cannibalizing this. If we're really committed to solve this issue, then we should put our money where our mouth is. And funding the police 5 times more than we're funding our homeless crisis, it's just hypocritical. We're not committed to this. Another thing I want to talk about is the multifaceted problem that this is, as you guys know. As long as we have rents increasing and we don't have available public housing or low-income housing and the wages keep staying low, we're going to see more people being driven into homelessness. Homeless people don't materialize out of thin air. They were once housed, and they lost their housing because of cost, and now they're homeless. As long as we have those root causes of not enough housing, then we're going to continue having a homeless problem. We saw other jurisdictions, what they were doing here in Southern California. They are all failing. They are not addressing the problem. Please broaden your scope of the cities that you look at. Look at Houston. Look at Columbus. Look at Salt Lake City that are adequately addressing the problem. Look at places in Asia. Look at places in Europe, in Latin America. We do not need to just focus on the cities that are failing next to us, and that their solutions are probably just pushing more people into homelessness. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the folks that are not here to talk. the homeless people. You go talk to those people at the riverbank, they do not see the story that you're presenting. They are not felt, they're not being heard, they're not being helped, and a lot of them do not trust the city.
Thank you. Next is Pam. Pam is next. Pam. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Thank you for the enormous undertaking of implementing actions under an emergency status. It's a complex issue that needs complex solutions. Thank you for scheduling the MSC congruently with Project Dignity and Monday Matters. I'm sorry, my name is Pam. I'm from District 2, and I'm part of
You've made
Project
yourself
Dignity
known
Outreach.
plenty of times through this emergency,
Sorry.
Pam. Please continue.
Sorry about that. I continue to advocate for the Strategic Master Plan update to the Everyone Home recommendations and implementing peer-led programs. Thank you for the update of going forward with a peer-led program. That's very exciting to hear. Thank you, Mr. Modica, for discussing the factors that support a need for a master plan with those long-term goals that we need to take. But I do not agree with criminalizing camping or the use of tents in public spaces. Will the use of sleeping bags, blankets, pillows, and other bedrolls while sleeping be a compromise? Criminalizing tents takes the onus off the unhoused person and places it on the distinction of materials used. It's clever. It's a similar path of policies that surrounds the war on drugs, which banned drugs because it could not ban people. And without the basic shelter of tents, it creates an unsafe environment for unsheltered persons. The policy recommended is a common defensive or hostile policy approach in the name of public safety. How do we define who is more deserving of safety, and where is the equity? It's like having benches with dividers that prevent lying down, spikes on flat surfaces. While the intention might be to maintain a certain aesthetic, reduce perceived nuances, hostile designs lack compassion and further marginalize vulnerable populations. It's a Band-Aid, not a solution. Let's think outside the same old systems. Let's continue to put efforts in creating systems based on triage, resource navigation, peer programs, and infrastructure with out-of-the-box approach to housing and underserved populations. Thanks.
Thank you, Pam. Next is Sherman.
Hello, my name is Sherman Stone. I first want to say thank you to everybody who's trying to deal with this situation and come up with solutions. And I just want to give my personal experience as being homeless in Long Beach. October, I'll be homeless for a year out here. I was at all 3 of those shelters that was in the video. And all 3 of them are run by First to Serve. And the conditions are deplorable. The employees I've watched take the food for the people there, pack them in their cars and leave. They talk down to the people there. One of the employees called a woman a gorilla, and I got switched to ABC shelter. Flies are everywhere on the food, and they don't care. They still serve it to you. And when I called them out on it, she said, "This is good enough for you people." And when I had enough of this, they smoking drugs in there. It's 30, 40 people in a room, COVID nightmare. No air circulation, no windows, and I chose to get a tent and go to the riverbed. And since I've been at the riverbed, it seems that they create the problem to do their sweeps that they do. They close all the restrooms, forcing people to use the restroom in bushes behind trees. And then they cut those trees down and trim the bushes. So now when they do it, they're in the public eye. They stop giving us trash bags. They stop emptying the one trash can that we have out there. And maggots, they everywhere, flies. So once the people every Saturday and Sunday they play soccer, they complain because now we got to put our trash in the trash bins. It's overflowing. So when they call the sweeps down, they take all of our stuff and they tell us we can come back once they pass. When they passed us, we came back. They did another sweep on us and took the rest of our stuff. We got caught in the rain because we couldn't set up our tents because they dug up the dirt and the rats and red ants and everything. So when I left today, the trash was still out there, and it's been a couple of weeks now, and they still haven't come. We had to get our own trash bags. And another problem that creates is when the medical teams come by, who knows everybody on the strip, they're dispersed now. And a lady needed her medications, but luckily I knew where she was, and I was able to take her medications to her. But
Thank you.
This is the type of stuff that's going on.
Thank you. Next is Gary Shelton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Gary Shelton here. Terrific report. I reviewed from about 2.5 months ago your meeting where you asked for this to happen. Councilmember Kerr, you said that you welcomed the hard conversation to be had about this. And you said you hope that it includes current enforcement efforts. Well, we heard current enforcement efforts. And Mr. Mayor, you said that we have policies on the books that are in terms of enforcement today, and what are they? And are they ready to make recommendations to change them at all? Well, I think now during public comment, what you've begun to hear is how things are really working, how the tactics may need some tweaking, some adjusting, and how to help these folks. And one thing I would say is that when the city attorney, after the motion was made originally 2.5 months ago to have a discussion on the safe use of places where it's unlawful to be in public spaces, camping, for example, city attorney suggested that that would better be phrased as the unsafe use. And I would suggest to you that one of the things we didn't hear from the deputy chief was anything about how to encounter the folks that are having the roughest time of their lives, the folks that are sleeping on sidewalks with their faces on the concrete, the people that don't have a blanket to cover up their form that's halfway in the fetal position, because that's what their mental condition is. The people that can't make decisions for themselves on where to spend the night best, except for right there on the sidewalk with their face on the concrete, trying to sleep. And if there's not a moment in time for intervention in a time like that, I don't know when that moment would be. I don't know what the name of the new act is that replaced the Lanterman Act. But the Lanterman Act gave us the term 5150, and that's a rough one. But 5150 can save lives. And I don't think the police officers in this city know how to use it. That's what I wanted to say about that. Now, on another topic, Lincoln Park. I can see Lincoln Park from my bedroom window. And I see every morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, there's a power washer out there. And I'm wondering about, do we have anything, any policy, any guidelines, anything at all about how that power washer is put there to clean off the decks of Lincoln Park, front and back and on the sides, every day of the week except Sunday. I guess it doesn't need cleaning on Sunday morning. But I'm wondering how we have policies, or do we have any policy? Now, it was mentioned that there would be a future policies up for discussion. Maybe there is no policy that sends the street washers out there. But please help us come up with some answers on these. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker, Marlene Alvarcelli. Is Marlene here? Okay. Well, that satisfies public comment. Thank you so much for addressing our council. We'll now take it back behind the rail. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for that incredible presentation. Let me just give me 1 second here. The presentation was very in-depth and detailed and reflected the tremendous progress that we've made since declaring the emergency 6 months ago. As we all know, I, along with our Mayor Richardson, brought this emergency item forward to bring urgency to the crisis and allow for immediate solutions. With the support of this entire council and our city staff, we've done so much work since then. I truly appreciate every single city staff member, every homeless advocate, and every organization that has participated in one way or another. Again, thank you for this presentation and all the details, but hearing the success stories was one of my favorite, and I know that there are many more out there. I also know that this is just a few of our stories that we have, and that many of those experiencing homelessness, their lives have been impacted positively due to our dedication and commitment during this emergency. District 1 has stepped up as well. We opened a new shelter at 702 Anaheim to increase capacity, which is huge and only possible because of the emergency. We opened up safe parking sites to give those that are forced to sleep in their cars a safe place to do so. We also just were awarded $5.3 million in encampment resolution funding for Billie Jean King Library and the downtown area. I've worked very closely with the city manager to advocate for immediate solutions, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. And I also know that there's still a lot more work to do, but I'm very, very proud of the work that's been done in the last 6 months. And I know that we will continue working and moving in that direction. On page 75 of this update, it includes consideration on safe sleeping sites, something I continue to advocate for. This week, my team was invited by Homeless Service Advisory Committee Chair Julie Lee to hear a presentation from Portland, Oregon City staff on their safe campaign sites. After learning more from this presentation and continued the conversation with homeless advocates, I strongly believe that safe camping sites should be considered and looked into. We must use every tool to alleviate this crisis and to get people on their way to being housed. The data points that were provided by the Portland program show that it can work, and we should look into it in more seriously. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to direct the city manager to work with the relevant departments on this presentation, on a presentation of the feasibility of a safe camping site in Long Beach, while working closely with our clergies and not-profit partners that service people experiencing homelessness. Again, thank you for the incredible work that the whole team has done and the whole community. And I truly echo your comments from earlier, Mayor Richardson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that motion, and I support it. That's inclusive of all the recommendations, though. We're not just moving forward with that one, right? Okay, just to be clear. So receive and file the presentation is a part of that motion, correct?
Correct. Thank
Fantastic.
you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Exodi.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank you, the staff, for the incredible amount of work. The only way I could kind of analogize what we just experienced with this really fantastic experience is almost like the city of Long Beach did its own dissertation. And I mean, that's really what I was thinking, right? Like, I felt like I was listening to a dissertation, which is like all the metrics, right? Basically breaking down our own everyone home plan, right, step by step, and then going into the details of like what it actually takes to accomplish this work. You know, every 2 weeks we get like these reports, but I think sometimes it's difficult for all of us, right, now included as a council member, right, to see the work in its totality, right, and you know, I was sitting here kind of being a nerd, as I am, and thinking about, because I think one of the metrics I heard was something about 48,000 hours right, put into this. And I did a little bit of the math looking at how many work hours a month, or how many work hours in a year, which is a little over 2,000. And basically 48,000 hours is equivalent to one person working for 24 years to accomplish what we just accomplished in 6 months, right? So just to put that into perspective about the amount of work that your city has as part of this emergency order, the number of man hours, thought, brain power, just collective initiative it takes to tackle an initiative like this. And I think the mayor, our city staff, our council has always been really clear, right, that this is not an overnight thing, right? Like this is a continual work that we as the city do, but what we're demonstrating, what you all have demonstrated as part of this presentation is that we're committed to it, right? And we're committed to, even if we're not always hitting the mark every single time, we have a target and we're continuing to aim at it and get closer and closer to that mark, right? But also admitting the places where we need to work harder or we need to dig a little bit deeper or come up with other ideas, and also not being, afraid to look at what other jurisdictions are doing, what our other partners are doing, getting other people to, as we talk about these interjurisdictional partnerships, right? And so I just want to thank staff for what we're doing. I'm looking forward to all of the metrics and recommendations you all made as we continue to move forward, because we're not always going to be an emergency, but we're always going to be focusing on this issue because it's deserving of that attention. And so I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow?
Thank you, Mayor. I can't believe it's been 6 months with the amount of 7 months. Okay, 7 months. 6.5 if you want to get technical, right? But I really am just so proud and just so impressed with how much the team keeps bouncing back with how do we always do better. It was never, I mean, in a lot of our conversation, it's never, we can't do that, or that's not possible. It's always, let us figure this out. Give us a moment, while we're in emergency. I think it was really great to see staff just take time to see, well, what can we do? Where can we learn how to do this? And I'm just really grateful that we have an amazing leadership and team that's always open to thinking outside of the box, because I think we do lead as a region and within our state and nationally around how to do this work. It's not easy work and it's hard work. There's no perfect way to do it. There's one thing, Councilmember Ricks Odie, that I want to say that there isn't really metrics for, and that is the heart and dedication of the team. I got really emotional watching the video because it was so great to see all the different staff, several different staff sharing about the work they do and that they breathe and live the work day in, day out. And I always want to share with people how much impacts our city staff's lives, and where there are days, and some decide they don't want to do it anymore because it's really hard work emotionally. And that's the stuff people don't see, and I think it's important that people know, the public know, how much, based on the metrics shared, goes into this. And I just want to lift that up because you don't get all these results without a lot of sacrifice and hard work. So I just want to send a big thank you to all the incredible interdepartmental work that's been put into this. The other thing I want to just share is just the amazing collaboration that was built from the COVID interdepartmental effort. And I appreciate our county and our state helping. But one thing I do want to just continue to put out there as somebody who's sitting in SCAG, in Metro Task Force and other regional seats, is just people don't want to do their fair share to build housing. There's conversation or reforming RENA, pushing responsibility of their city to ensure that they're providing for the unhoused, as well as increasing housing in their city to other parts. And we know that. I just want to share this because I want us to make sure we keep an eye, and that we also don't shoulder all of the work, because there's a lot of cities around us that do need to do their part, and I want to make sure we figure out how do we do it in a way where it's continuing to uplift the compassionate approach that we want to take to serving our unhoused. Just lastly, I just have one last question, as I do notice that it's great to always put out there expectation about what is to come out of this emergency declaration, and I think it's demonstrated through the results you have of the in progress. As we know, it is going to be in progress, and one of that has been this one slide on slide 53, where it talks about 20 complex sites location. That I'm sure I have a few of those in my district, and I just want you to really lift up what do you mean by complex, and why are they a challenge, and just where these sites are, because I feel it'll help at least share for residents who are my district that there are sites where we send a team and a lot of cleaning being done. It's not that we're not spending time and energy on these sites.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So there are, we have homelessness obviously throughout the city of Long Beach. It's not unique to any one council district. However, we do see some spots that have much more significant numbers of people experiencing homelessness for a number of different reasons, whether that be public resources, the interplay of what's around in that area. So there are 20 sites that we've kind of identified throughout the city where we see significant numbers of people experiencing homelessness, and community resources that are right next to those encampments as well. So those are the ones that we've identified as really areas that we need to focus and work on, like how do we ensure that we continue to serve the people that we're engaging, as well as providing those vital community resources to the community as a whole.
Thank you. Well, do you think you can follow up to share where those sites are so that?
Councilwoman, that is 5 minutes.
Oh, I know. I wanted just to ask
Yes.
that last question.
You are free to queue back up.
He said yes, so I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say, like, my goodness, what an update. You know, they say that, you know, many hands make light work, but homelessness is so complex, and it's not light, and it's not easy. And I have to, when Teresa Chandler said she's tired, I just listening to this presentation, I know that each and every one of you are absolutely exhausted. I mean, the work that you have performed from your entire team, the PD, the quality of life team, I mean, it's just been absolutely incredible. And I really appreciated from the city attorney, Don McIntosh, just receiving all the information that you gave us on the laws in Long Beach and the ordinances and what's worked and what hasn't worked. I think you did a really good job at really breaking it down and explaining you know, what's working in cities and what hasn't worked, and just appreciate you doing that for us tonight as well. You know, when we talk about 582 people have permanently been housed, it's just incredible. I'm just so impressed with each and every one of you and all your work. I love Councilman Zendejas's motion about safe sleeping and sanctioned encampment zones. I completely support that. And Kevin Lee, I know he's here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, just I mean, all of your outreach and stuff is just applaud that very much. You know, the homeless court, I talk about that a lot, just the barriers that people go through that are homeless. And so to have that tool is just really helped. You know, 300 people being served by the homeless court is also incredible. So just in closing, I think your video sums it up. When you said at the end, the people that do this work care about this work. and you couldn't put the hours and the time unless you didn't care. So just thank you so much for caring so much about our community. We are a compassionate city, and we want to strive to make sure that we make space for every resident. So thank you again for that. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Austin.
Well, I'd like to just say ditto to everything that has been said thus far. Thank you to the staff for the very, very, very comprehensive report. You dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and left no questions unanswered this evening. I think it was beneficial for the council, but also beneficial for those who are sitting patiently through this meeting, and those watching at home to understand, the complexity and the depth of the issue. So, and by the way, we're not declaring victory tonight. We're citing progress, and I think that's very important. So, congratulations on the work thus far. I also want to salute all the city employees who were called to action on this particular issue during this emergency crisis, taken away from their normal duties, and to focus on this very urgent issue, an important issue facing our city. The work that you all have done will, I think, lay the groundwork for us to have success in the future. So thank you, and of course my colleagues for giving the direction. Also, I want to just thank you all for the work with the Luxury Inn that's in the 8th District. I want to recognize my constituents in the community in which that's Project Home Key will be located. I know that there's going to be some significant outreach over the next few weeks to engage those residents, but it's a sacrifice for everybody, and I just want to make sure that I acknowledge that. You mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to just have some follow-up questions on. COG partnerships. We talked about homelessness not just being a Long Beach problem, but a regional problem. What are those COG partnerships going to look like, and what do we expect to achieve with those partnerships? And when I say COG, for those who don't know, that's the Council of Governments, and it's like 27 cities that are linked to the Long Beach area.
Yes, so we've had a number of conversations with the COG and the cities. Some of the cities are more interested than others in partnering. So we did start with some of the Coalition of the Windling. Some of our immediate neighbors do have some of the same philosophy as us, but they also don't have a lot of the same services. So they have talked about, can the city help lead them? Can the city help, facilitate? Can the city work with the county? There's not as much of a working relationship between them and the county as with us and the county. So we have a great partnership with the county. So we provided some of those ideas and assistance. I think whatever the next Measure H is, I think that's got to have some both incentives and some consequences to make sure that there's participation and that everyone's doing their part. But also they brought up some good points where if you take county money, because it's a whole county system, you might end up supporting people who are not in your community. And so there's some hesitancy there, which we understand. So trying to find ways to support people within their communities, but also help out with the regional solution. So it's going to take time, but those foundations are being built. The mayor's had a number of those conversations too. We may want to add to that as well.
Well, I know we have a number of initiatives, part of this strategy that we'd like to see happen, and we may not have the capacity in the city to accomplish all of it, and so we may need to look to some of those regional partners to assist with housing some of the unhoused. And then the interjurisdictional collaboration, I think that has worked out pretty well. I want to say that we were in the 8th District pretty instrumental in getting that off the ground, working with the Supervisor Hahn's office and all of the partners here. And it started, I think, with the challenges we were having with Union Pacific Railroad and all of the various jurisdictions that touch my particular district. The one suggestion that I would have with that partnership and the collaboration is perhaps engaging council offices a little bit more with some of the problem solving or even the efforts, because we're not at the table with those, or our staffs aren't at the table for those collaborations, and our offices are getting most of the calls from the constituents. We can give you real-time issues and challenges. And beyond that, I would just say the funding, having $63 million, achieving that within just this year alone is mind-boggling. I can remember several years ago going to Sacramento, fighting for and calling this an emergency 6-7 years ago, and coming home with $500,000 for homeless outreach, and we were happy with that, right? And this just shows a greater, obviously, commitment to this issue, not only from Sacramento, but all of our government partners, and let's hope we put it to good use. And it looks like we're doing that thus far. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Duggan.
Well, that was a great presentation. Thank you to Kelly and Teresa and all of the presenters for putting this together and providing so much information. I think this emergency has allowed us to dive into our response, see what's working, making adjustments to quickly improve our services. My staff and I have been out on ride-alongs with quality of life officers, outreach teams, to see what it's like and what you all are experiencing. And I see the compassion and the work and the heart that goes into that. I've also visited the MSC and shelters run by our nonprofit partners. I just want to say thank you to everyone who does this work. I love that our mobile access centers are successful. I think they are scheduled in the 3rd District to make the rounds. And it's really good to see more people accepting services. Those are all such positives to see as a result of this emergency. And our ultimate goal is to get people housed. I think changing the permitting process so it's streamlined has been incredibly successful. It looks like we're going to see 26.2, that's an affordable housing development, open hopefully by the end of this year. Link Housing has a project in the 3rd District that took permitting less than 60 days when it could have been 1.5 to 2 years. And that's for extremely low income housing. That was started by Councilmember Supernaw, but I'm happy to see them through in the 3rd District after redistricting. I just want to say thank you for the presentation, really excellent. Yeah, it's good to see what we've done over the past 7 months.
Thank you. Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. I would also like to thank staff. That was truly a remarkable presentation. You should be very, very proud. Also, I just wanted to thank all the folks who came up to speak tonight. To the people who are here for other reasons, thank you for your patience. I just wanted to single out Gary Shelton. Wonderful remarks tonight, Gary. I think you and I go back to probably 2006, 2007. I think Gary served on the Homeless Services Advisory Committee maybe back in 2004 or 5 in that era. So he's been at this a long time and just very sound ideas, and I hope we incorporate his comments and how we're moving forward here. Lastly, since my colleague mentioned the housing project 26.2, yeah, that was started in my district before redistricting, but that never, ever would have happened without Allison King. So I just want to give a shout out there too. So thank you for that. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
Of course, everything that needs to be said has been said about the cooperation of staff. Everything that really involved is the fact that interdepartmental cooperation and working together starts at the top. And I want to commend City Manager Tom Monica for being able to bring his team together and say, we have a problem. We need to address it, and we all need to work together to solve it. While we might not have solved it per se, we've certainly made a great impact. We've discovered things that we didn't think we could do, and we're doing them. We've been able to throw out some ideas. Let's try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we go another way. We've learned a lot during these last 6 months, starting with, as the mayor said, there was a little bit of a hiccup in the beginning with Serrano Park. That's okay. We learned from it, and we made ourselves better because of it. So if there's anything that we take away from this, is the fact that we've learned so much, and there's so much more to learn about how to address this very complex and this very important issue, not only for ourselves, but regionally. When we solve it, everybody else has an opportunity to look at us and say, we can do the same thing. Our mobile, our MAC, mobile access center is an example of that. Other jurisdictions will probably be looking at that in terms of something that they could do also pull together. But there's one unsung hero that we have not recognized, and that's the staff, the employees of this great city who dedicate their time and their commitment. They're getting paid for it, yes, but they're doing it willingly because they know that they're doing God's work for the city of Long Beach. So I want to thank our staff and our employees for all the wonderful, wonderful work they've done to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCart?
Yes, thank you. And I'll pick up where Councilmember Uranga just left off, which is a thank you to staff. Most of what I was going to say has already been said, and it's a long night, so I won't say any more. But I have to say that the pictures that you showed of folks with clipboards and badges, the folks who are going in and out of those spaces every day, I am so deeply grateful for them. So we had officers tell success stories. We had people tell success stories of the years of trauma people have experienced by being unhoused. And these folks are finding them and talking to them whenever possible. And so if we've got 3,000 folks sleeping on our street and 150 caseworkers who need to make 15 to 20 visits with that person to have an impact, when we start to do the math, it becomes staggering. So for everyone in those videos and every picture and everyone who wasn't pictured, who is doing the work with our unhoused population every day face to face, I am so deeply, deeply grateful for you. So I just wanted to start there. 48,000 hours, 434 months of people power. I think Joni did some math. The other math that I did is that's approximately 72 months of worth of work every month that the team, from those interfacing with people every day all the way up to leadership to communications, all of the teams that we mentioned on slide 52, the interdepartmental public health and safety, that's a phenomenal amount of work. And I know almost every time that you've come to give us an update over the last 7 months, my question has been, but how many people? Our goal is for people to be housed. And so tonight you told us that 482 people or families have been housed through emergency vouchers, that there's 85 new interim beds that we control online year-round with 120 more. Those are people being housed who can more readily accept the incredible list of services that you went through tonight, that we are trying to get people to access every single day. And I want to thank you for that, because that is concrete work. The other piece is that we lead the region in housing starts. Thank you for acknowledging that our unhoused issue is a housing issue. It's a scarcity issue. There aren't enough places for folks to live here in Long Beach, and that we're leading the region in housing starts speaks to our commitment to getting to the root of the issue. And so the streamlining of processes, the ability and the relationships that we've built with the county to help with funding, and housing developers and nonprofit corporations who want to help us build that housing. Those relationships get nurtured and get mentored, as you said, by our staff when our staff already has a lot to do. So it speaks to the commitment of wanting the region to do better. We're willing to sacrifice our staff's time to help other cities do better. All of that speaking to wanting to get to the root issue of why folks are unhoused. So from the folks on the ground to the leadership in all of the departments, thank you for your continued amazing work.
Thank you. Lastly, Councilmember Duggan.
Thank you. One more time, I can't leave out all the work you did, City Attorney McIntosh. You did a deep dive into Martin versus Boyd and the overview of what other cities are doing. And this is going to be a discussion, as you said earlier today, that's going to change and be built over the next few years. It's going to be important to this issue, not for our city, not just for our state, but it's going to be important for our nation, really. With housing being our ultimate goal for those experiencing homelessness, I just have a few questions, and they don't even have to be answered tonight, but I want to present them. Again, with housing in mind, I would like to understand more about how the distribution of beds are allocated to outreach teams, to our police officers, to our patrol officers, and how do officers know when our nonprofit partners have beds available? Have we as a city made that connection for those who are quality of life officers, patrol officers, and police officers, made the connection so they have an easy way to access beds that are available? And if someone is willing to accept shelter after hours, how are we doing that? I think it's an important question to ask and find out and make sure that connection is made, because we are not helping people when an officer meets with someone during the day one day and can't get them to a shelter that night. I know it's more work, but we're losing them the next day. So I'd like to understand that. Moving on. We have a few laws on our books that were covered in the presentation. It's illegal to sleep in your car. Now this is on the books, sleep in your car or in undesignated areas like parks and beaches between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. But I don't think our residents really know when or how these laws are going to be applied by officers. This causes a lot of confusion, at least in my district. People get angry, rumors that aren't good about city staff. We want to make sure that we are clear when these laws are going to be applied, because I think negativity comes when we don't understand that, when residents don't understand it. I think laws and how we as council want them enforced should be clear for our residents and for those who are enforcing them. The laws we have on the books today were passed through a council vote, with council members being the voice of their constituents, even though those were passed in the early 90s. I think that the laws we have in place are on city council. Should people be allowed to sleep on our beaches? When should we allow people to sleep in our parks? When do we enforce encampments blocking our right-of-ways? Do we want to allow encampments to be up against rehab centers? And is it okay for someone to set up a tent against a school? I don't think so, but I don't speak for the whole city and other members. But I think based on the presentation that we heard tonight, we've seen other cities across the state have this difficult conversation. This is the difficult conversation. They're getting answers, they're giving answers to their staff and the public on what they want to allow. I think this discussion should be in public, and decisions on enforcement of our laws should be made by City Council, as we're all accountable to our residents. I would like to see further discussion on this, on ensuring usable and safe public spaces. The item that I brought up several months ago with support of several council members, but I would like to just see if our Public Safety Committee would put it on their agenda. I want to thank you all again for the comprehensive report that you gave tonight. It really was informative, even though we've seen this 15 times. It still was informative. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that final comment, and thank all of you. Moving forward, and I think Councilman Austin said it well, this is not declaring victory on this issue, but it's important to recognize progress, and we're in a very different place today than we were 7 months ago. And so there are some next steps outlined, lots of good stuff happening. I love that we're making some of those things permanent around like the 60-day approval. 60 to 90 days is incredible. The more we can standardize that, it's great. We know that we have to get laser focused on housing. It's a regional conversation, so we have to continue to be engaged regionally, boards like La Casa, with the county, with the COG, on housing production goals. Prevention's important. Love the focus on continuing to localize mental health and have a more robust capacity around substance use. I love all the capacity in this budget. So we have a lot to watch in this upcoming year with the build out of Luxury Inn, with the youth shelter, with the tiny homes, and the beginning of the update to the homelessness master plan, which is, now that we have this additional capacity, how do we use it strategically to continue to meet community goals? My belief is that there are no shortcuts. These are issues we have to continue to take this posture with, which is really thinking upstream and comprehensive. And a part of that means that we have to be honest with the public about expectations. And tonight, I think we've done that. We've talked about challenges, but it's important. Like tonight, we talked about sanctioned encampments, right? We got to be clear with the public. That's not the end-all, be-all to this solution. What we're not talking about is just putting an encampment next to someone's home. The motion was very strategic, intentional. There's been work done with clergy over the past 6 months. The next step is to begin exploring further partnerships. What could that look like if there's additional space at a church for a trailer or whatever, to expand partnerships? So that's really, really important. And I think it's also important that we continue. I think Councilman Duggan just brought up that she has some unique issues in her district. So we don't want those not to fall on deaf ears. There's a need for more education. So let's continue to talk about, keep them updated, support these needs so council members know and feel supported by the whole team. And so with that, we are finished with this. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Let's start the city council meeting. All right, so I've talked with our city manager. We're going to do quick staff reports on everything else here. Let's handle item 26, please.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to social and environmental entrepreneurs as a fiscal sponsor for Long Beach residents empowered for grant funding to establish a community land trust in a total amount not to exceed $800,000 citywide.
Thank you. This is big news, right? So let's give a quick update on what this is.
Okay, we do have a quick update we can go through. I'll turn it over to Christopher Kuntz and his team.
Quick update.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as you may remember, as part of the Long Beach Recovery Act, we set aside funding for a community land trust. You know, we're used to funding items that are what we funded before or an iteration on something we've done before. But this was an opportunity to really do something new, to do something that is an experiment. So when you adopted the Recovery Act in 2021, these funds were included, $1 million. After expenses, it's $800,000. We went through a competitive process. This is not going to fund everything that a land trust will do. This is startup money. So what is a land trust? Land trust is a nonprofit designed to oversee land and then reinvest any proceeds back into the residents and the community that is served. We're not giving out a check for $800,000. We're going to disperse those funds, $100,000 up front and then $100,000 quarterly based on performance milestones. What are they going to do with the money? They're going to build an organization. They're going to have a business plan. They're going to execute the business plan. They're going to work with the community. And then they're going to go out to folks that are not us, foundations and other funding sources, and obtain additional monies. With those monies, they'll acquire real estate. They'll make it affordable to the residents that live there, leveraging other funds to continue the land trust into perpetuity. So with that, we recommend awarding a contract to Social Environmental Entrepreneurs, who's the sponsor for Libre here in Long Beach, for an amount not to exceed $800,000, and that all the documents be executed by the city manager. And with that, Megan, Mary, and I are glad to answer your questions.
Oh, I don't think we have any questions. We got enough. This is good stuff. The land trust has been important. Priority for many years. Glad to see this moved forward. Councilwoman Zendejas, anything?
I'm just super, super excited for this, being a housing advocate and a renter in the city of Long Beach, where the majority of the residents are renters. This is really exciting. So thank you so much for this work, and big shout out to Libre for the work that they've done to get this, and also for the work that they will be doing in this. I look forward to following this project through. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow, anything?
Yes, I do want to add my congratulations to Libre. I think this is going to be an exciting project to have in Long Beach. It would be our first community land trust to see what it would look like to go through a process for residents to have this be empowered and develop land and determine with people to fundraise and build something that they can manage. So congratulations. I look forward in hearing the progress of how this comes along. Again, every housing built contributes to our solution and what we're working to address our in-house issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Yeah, I just also, I'm just really proud and support this, and I think that securing housing, and we're in a housing crisis, so securing affordable housing and having proper stewardship is essential. So congratulations, and I'm just excited about this item.
All right, thank you. We have 6 members of the public signed up to speak: Myra Garcia, Gretchen Swanson, Antonio Zavala, Myra Fernanda, Andre Donato, Dave Shukla. Who's here?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mayra García
Hello, good evening. My name is Mayra Garcia,
y soy miembro de la Junta Directiva de Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust.
and I'm a board member and supporter of the Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust.
Quiero agradecerles por depositar su confianza en Libre
I want to thank you for placing your trust in Libre
para dar vida al primer fideicomiso de tierras comunitarias en la ciudad de Long Beach,
in bringing the first community land trust to life in the city of Long Beach,
cambiando nuestro enfoque hacia la vivienda accesible.
and shifting our approach to affordable housing.
La creación de este fideicomiso de tierras marca la primera de su tipo en Long Beach
The creation of this land trust marks the first of its kind in Long Beach,
y representa un cambio en la forma en que abordamos la vivienda accesible a lo largo del plazo en nuestra ciudad.
and represent a shift in how we approach long-term affordable housing in our city.
Los CLTs representan un compromiso con la comunidad accesible a lo largo del plazo.
Community land trusts represent a commitment to long-term affordability
Con el trabajo de las comunidades locales para evitar que los residentes sean desplazados de sus comunidades.
and to working with local communities to keep residents from being displaced from their communities.
Los fideicomisos de las tierras comunitarias crean accesibilidad a largo plazo.
Community land trusts build long-term affordability by taking land out of the marketplace
al sacar del mercado y hacer la comunidad que la posea a su perpetuidad.
and have it owned in perpetuity by the community.
Las viviendas ofrecidas abajo, este modelo ofrecen régimen de alquiler accesible a largo plazo en un modelo de propiedad compartida.
The housing offered under this model is done so as long-term affordable rent or a shared ownership model.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you. Gretchen?
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Swanson. I'm really here to say thank you, so I could just stop right there. But I think there's something to learn. Community Land Trust, I'm a board member of Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust, the first one here in Long Beach. And I first want to say thank you to the leadership of this city council, the mayor's office, and city staff. The Community Development Services Department, I don't know, new name, which is super. They have helped create a contract that we applied for, and we were fortunate to get it, but it required in-depth knowledge of that department. Two things to remember about a community land trust, very different than other affordable housing strategies, is that the land, one, is put into perpetual affordability in that it's taken out of the marketplace and is held by the Community Land Trust. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is that the housing stock that is on that property becomes a point, a pathway for shared ownership. So there's two layers of continued affordability into the long term. So that's super. The benefit, in addition to that, is neighborhood stability. Because unlike what we have now, I live in a neighborhood with 80% renters, which is fine, except we have no rental cap. So at some point in time, those families, those households cannot afford that steady increase in rent, and they have to go somewhere. They either go out on the street or they leave Long Beach because there's nothing else affordable. So this provides long-term forever homes and forever housing for people within neighborhoods. This populates across the city. This has been done across the country, in other countries, and around the state of California. So there's a great model, a great experience for that. That's the kickoff here. So if you think that we're turning the corner on affordable housing, not quite yet. We're approaching the corner that we have to turn. So I hope that we come back and work with you as a partner and also with other innovative partners here in the city to create a framework. So thank you for that. Thank you for making Forever Homes and Forever Housing here in Long Beach.
Thank you. Antonia?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Antonia Zavala y vivo en el Distrito 9.
Good evening. My name is Antonia Zavala, and I live in District 9.
Los problemas que hemos visto a lo largo de los años incluye
And the problems that we've seen over the years include
alquileres en aumento y dificultad para encontrar viviendas que podamos pagar,
renting places that are increasing and are difficult to be able to be paid,
amenazas de desalojos y pérdidas de casa,
eviction threats and losses of housing,
familias desplazadas de sus hogares y obligadas a mudarse de Long Beach, viviendo en otro lugar, pero aún así regresan a trabajar, a traer a sus hijos a la escuela.
and families displaced from homes and forced to move out of Long Beach, live elsewhere, but still come back to work.
Los fideicomisos de tierras comunitarias estabilizan los vecindarios y crean un camino para que las personas marginadas y de bajos ingresos compartan la propiedad de viviendas y mantengan unidades asequibles en su lugar.
Community land trusts stabilize neighborhoods and create a path for low-income and marginalized individuals to share in home ownership and keep affordable units in place.
Crean asequibilidad a largo plazo al sacar la tierra del mercado y hacer que la comunidad la posee.
And community land trusts restore values in historically disinvested neighborhoods and CLTs restore our communities by making it possible for residents to stay in the neighborhoods.
Las viviendas ofrecidas bajo este modelo se ofrecen en regímenes de alquiler asequibles a largo plazo o en un modelo de propiedad compartida.
And we know that CLT work and can be successful because of the longevity of these models and continued existence of them throughout the country.
Ser parte de este gran proyecto es un reto para todos y ser los primeros en Long Beach es un gran orgullo para mi comunidad.
And being part of this great project is a challenge for everybody, but it's something great and it's of great proudness for me and my community.
Y gracias a todos ustedes por ayudarnos a que esto sea realidad.
And thank you everybody for making this a reality.
Thank you. All right, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep it short. I know it's been a long night, but my name is Mayra Fernanda. I'm a renter in District 2 and also the lead organizer for Libre. On behalf of Long Beach Residents Empowered, I would like to thank the mayor, city council, and everyone within the city who trusted our organization to continue the work in building the first community land trust here in Long Beach. We're extremely excited about this grassroots effort to provide low and very low income families and communities a real opportunity and ownership here in the city of Long Beach. This model will be a new approach for our city towards long-term affordability, and it represents a commitment to continue working with local communities in keeping them housed. I look forward to working with you all on this effort, and once again, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay, Dave Shukla, you're last.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. Very rarely do I get to come up here and just say thank you. You've done a great job. What you're passing is thought through and well developed. So thank you. What you're passing is well thought out and well developed. And I'd just like to point out that there are two examples, Bay Area Community Land Trust and the East Bay Permanent Real Estate Cooperative, that have not only prioritized the very low income portion of their properties, but also democratic management and stewardship of those properties. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Rixote. Motion is carried.
Thank you. I just want to say there are some things we have to do right now, and then we're going to pull up the item because I know there's a lot of people here waiting. But we have two more that we have to do, which is the consent. Let's take the consent calendar. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote. See, that was quick. There's no presentations.
Motion is carried.
And then 28.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents to award amount and term dates with the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency Homelessness Coordinating and Financing Council to receive $13.1 million for the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Round 4 program, Continuum of Care allocation, citywide.
Thank you. There's no presentation here. This was covered in the big presentation earlier, but this is $13 million in state HAP funding for Long Beach. We have one member of the public signed up to speak. Is Gary Shelton here? Please come forward.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Great to see all the council members again. I just wanted to point out, there might be folks in the audience that remember Tom what was his name, came down and talked to every single city council item. And people wondered, why does he do that? Tom started with an M, you remember?
Murphy.
Thomas Murphy, yeah, thank you. I asked him one time, why do you do that? And he said, I only look at the items that have a large amount of money, and I figure a lot of people don't read these things. They don't know what this is about. I go down there and I read the entire item, and he'd read the whole darn thing. And it was because there was millions of dollars being expended, and he was hoping that your constituents would at least glean some effort, some idea as to what in the world you were spending money on. Well, I don't think I'm going to become Thomas Murphy. I could never match that voice or that energy that he had. But I just looked at the eligible uses for this, and I was wondering how this particular tranche of money relates to housing first in homelessness. And so I looked at rapid rehousing, its services and support. I'm going down through these lists that are in the graph or in the chart. Operating subsidies is operating subsidies. Services coordination is access to other services. Systems support is to create regional partnerships and maintain a system. Delivery of permanent housing is to connect individuals to housing. That sounds like it might be housing first, but I'm not really sure. I think it's actually the act of connecting people rather than the housing itself. And then, of course, administrative, which everything has to have administrative costs of about 7%. So, but it's just, I just wanted to say that there's no creation, actually, or development or production of housing that I can glean in this tranche of money. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think this is number 4 coming through. I don't know what, how it all divides down. I just wanted to shed some light on the fact that unless somebody in the staff knows that it's different, I don't think this actually creates any housing. And that's all I had to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further public comment, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 24.
Item 24, communication from Councilwoman Kerr, Councilman Supernaw. Recommendation to request city manager to work with the Long Beach Airport to report back to the city council with a comprehensive report detailing the operations of general aviation at Long Beach Airport.
All right, thank you. And before I hand it to Councilmember Kerr, tonight, and thank you all for your patience. Tonight, that presentation was scheduled months ago, but the councilwoman said this is really important. We will take the earliest available time to get this on the agenda, even if it has to be on a busy night. So I want to thank you for prioritizing this, and we're now ready for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Supernaw, for signing on to this item. For the past 8 months, hundreds of residents have connected with my office either by email or phone, voicing their concerns with the increased general aviation, specifically flight training around Long Beach Airport, and have asked many questions, many of a technical nature. Our office has been in regular communication about this with the city manager and with the airport team. And tonight's item is the next step in communicating in a transparent way. My staff and I have continued to hear your concerns, and summarize them in the questions listed in the item, and I'm not going to read them all right now. I was born and raised in Bixby Highlands and currently live in Bixby Knolls. I have lived under the flight path, both the commercial and the general and commercial aviation patterns in the house that I've been in for the last 16 years. And we know that the increase in demand for pilots has led for an increase in demand for flight schools. This item is a request to formalize the ongoing conversation in a public space. This item requests the city manager, airport, and other relevant departments to report back to the council with answers to the questions listed in the item to help us all have a solid understanding of the interconnected dynamics involving the city, the airport, and our community in a public way. As I said, we've heard from residents across the city, both east and west of the airport. We've heard from families with young children at home, professionals working from home, retired residents who spend their time at home, echoing these same questions. The constant general aviation operations have become a stressful disruption to daily lives, both inside and outside the home. So this following list of questions, again, regarding business operations, noise abatement, federal obligations and regulations, staffing, and unleaded fuel, we're asking for a comprehensive report back. But the most important part of tonight's was to give residents an opportunity to be heard not just by our office, not just by email, but by the entire council, because we know that the airport is a citywide asset, to be heard by the city manager and the city management department, as well as the airport staff and the city attorney. That this is an opportunity to continue to ask those questions, to share your experience with folks who don't live in the area, who don't know what it's like, but to do it in a space that we can begin to address the facts and the issues, so the questions around numbers of operations, numbers of flight schools can be answered in a formal way. So again, the most important part of this is the voice of the residents who have waited really patiently tonight, and I greatly appreciate that. So I'd like to send it to public comment before we continue behind the rail.
Let's do it. So we have 11 members of the public signed up to speak. I'm gonna read the names and please come forward. Trina Rufo, John Mosqueda, Lisa Dunn, Stuart Galloway, Paul D. Young, Annie Cipollini, Colleen Triso, Foster Rash, Patrick Rass, Megan Marsh, and Dolce. All right, Trina.
Thank you for letting us speak. I'm Trina Galetta Rufo. This is my sister, Maria Weston. We are both Long Beach natives. I was born at Pacific Hospital in 1965, and our parents moved us from North Long Beach to California Heights when I was 2 and my sister was 5. So to say that we don't have a lifelong knowledge of what goes on at that airport is crazy. We've lived there and grew up there and played there, and we still live there, and I've raised 5 children, and she has raised 3 children there. Okay? What we are being subjected to all day long is an egregious barrage, minute after minute, of what sounds like lawnmowers flying low and loud over our homes because it's been allowed all day long. We can no longer sit in our yards. We have to pause telephone calls, close our windows and doors. We have to pause Zoom meetings with clients because we're waiting for the planes to fly over all day long. I personally have logged planes flying below 200 feet above my house and some at 150 feet or less. That is unacceptable and it's dangerous. We should not have had to stop our lives, our normal lives, file hundreds of noise complaints all day long. Yesterday I filed 177 by myself. 7 days prior to that, 872. That's just me. We're pulling together all of our friends, all of our family, and all of our neighbors. And sadly, California Heights was once voted the best in the West, and sadly, it is no longer that. And keep this in mind, the home values on both sides of the airport, as well as the schools, are going to continue to be negatively affected.
Thank you so much. John?
Hey, good evening. It's been a long evening, but I'm really appreciative of Councilmember Supernaw and Kerr to bring this to the council so quickly. I've been a resident of Bixby Knolls since 1996. When I moved in, I knew there was an airport. Everyone knows there's an airport. At the time, we had a very good noise ordinance that Hush started years ago, and I was happy that when I moved in, that was in place. You become accustomed to the commercial jets. You know, you have a Bixby pause. You come in there, and airplane flies over. You take a 20-second break, and you continue conversations. Back in the day, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the flight schools were minimal. They were unremarkable, so it wasn't really noticed. Fast forward to today, still have the Bixby pause. Flight schools start. Let me give you a little scenario here. Plane 1 takes off, heading west, turns north. Plane 2 takes off, heading west, turns north. Plane 1 is now turning east. It's a continual conveyor belt of planes all day long, from 7 to 9 o'clock, sometimes 2 or 3 in the morning. When the study is complete, we'd like to take a look at it. We'd like to have input in on it. I believe flying is a privilege. It's not a right, and we all know we were moved by an airport. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Lisa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Dunn. I'm a Cal Heights resident, and I'm here tonight to let all of you know we have a huge problem happening in our neighborhoods. It's the increase of small planes and flight schools. They fly over our homes nonstop 7 days a week, all day long. We have a large increase with outside non-local flight schools coming into Long Beach, mostly due to tighter restrictions from other airports. The frequency is literally killing us. Many of us are losing sleep. We're woken up. We have all-day school and work interrupted. We cannot open our windows. Many don't have AC. We can no longer enjoy our backyards, and our children are being affected while in school. The quality of life has diminished, and the values of our homes are at stake. The community is requesting that the airport do an extensive independent noise study in the impacted areas, either in spring or summer, when it is historically a busier time for GA. The frequency of these small planes are no longer tolerable and will have various financial and health impacts if not dealt with. General aviation operations are now over 300 plus operations per day, not including touch and goes, and approximately a 40% increase, with over 1,000 complaints per day being logged through the noise abatement at the office. Out of the 20,000 airports nationwide, data from the EP shows that Long Beach is ranked at number 2 in the country for lead pollution and number 4 as the dirtiest airport in the country. It's time for the city and the airport to step up. We are urging you to come together and put a stop to all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stuart.
Stuart Galloway, District 5. I've lived in Bixby Knolls for over 20 years. They've already mentioned noise and frequency, and Lisa just mentioned lead. How many people here tonight realize, as she just said, that Long Beach Dougherty Field is the 4th dirtiest airport in the country and the 2nd dirtiest airport in California? These same aircraft fly across Hughes and Longfellow and all the other schools in our city, and they drop lead poisoning on all the children, all the students, and none of you care. None of you even thought about it. Megan Kerr was even on the school board, and the school board doesn't care because they've never brought the subject up. I'm absolutely disgusted. I'm disgusted with his performance tonight. And I'm disgusted with the fact that this city pollutes children and the schools, and only secondarily some old fart like me. But the children need to be looked after. I'm fed up with it.
Next speaker is Paul DeYoung.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Richardson. My name is Paul DeYoung, and I work professionally as an industrial organizational psychologist. My doctorate is in IO psychology, and I'd like to comment on the harmful effects of the airplane noise on our mental and physical well-being in the workplace. I'm speaking on behalf of us that work from home. A recent survey from Upwork shows that 57% of American workers now work remotely, at least some of the time, and it's probably even higher in Long Beach. I'm one of those people. The noise from the flight school has gotten out of hand like a harmful invasive species. There are 5 direct negative impacts. Number 1, reduced sleep quality. Number 2, reduced cognitive performance because being constantly interrupted makes it difficult to focus. Number 3, increased risk of physical health problems such as heart disease and high blood pressure. Increased anger and annoyance. I mean, just look at us. And increased stress and anxiety. They experimented on dogs back in the 1960s who received shock from painful electricity that the dogs couldn't control. The shocks were randomly delivered so the dogs never knew what was coming, and after a few trials, the dogs became passive and stopped and trying to escape the shocks. The poor animals eventually curled up into a ball and laid in the corner, allowing the shocks to continue. This is known as learned helplessness, and it's happening to us as well.
Sir, your time's concluded.
All we ask is that we help you, you help us get this noise under control, and we can continue to be productive citizens in this great city of Long Beach.
Thank you. Next is Annie.
Hello, Annie Cipollini, District 5 homeowner. I'm concerned with the health of our neighborhood. I am an ex-Army medic. I am a current speech-language pathologist. I treat cognitive communication disorders in children and adults. We have talked about the lead and the environment. The lead leads to headaches, joint problems, but also learning disabilities in children, respiratory distress, and also cancer. Noise pollution. We've touched on noise pollution, but it's also correlated with aggressive behaviors and violence in communities, and we're getting buzzed all day from sunup past sundown. It's too much. Noise pollution, stress, increased blood pressure, cardiac problems, sleep disturbances, and hearing impairments. What do the following cities have in common? Big Bear, Compton, Fullerton, LA, Murrieta twice, Van Nuys, and Long Beach. We've all had a small plane crash in the last 100 days. I didn't mention all of them. Other cities are addressing the problem to the agreement of their constituents. Our noise ordinance doesn't address the small planes that are flying constantly over our heads. Our noise ordinance abatement office has told me personally what they do is they give a stern warning to pilots who break the ordinance, and they might give a $100 violation.
Ma'am, your time's concluded.
Might.
Thank you.
There's a lot of ambiguities, but what I want to know is who got paid at our expense, the
Ma'am, your time's
expense
concluded.
of our.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleen, you're up.
I have to follow up with that. Anyway, dear Mayor Richardson and council people, my name is Colleen Treesh. I live in District 5, and I've realized that after this last presentation on homelessness, that the city does have a commitment to our safety and health and well-being. I've heard that over and over again in this presentation. So I'd like to just remind you that if we are a green city, like we say we are, if we are interested in the health and well-being of our children and our citizens of every age and background, I believe that we need to I don't think we need a study. Spend more money on a study. You will see that from all this information that people have given, we know that this is an issue. To my mind, it's like a mosquito. You know, you go outside and the mosquito's buzzing you all day and night, making all kinds of sounds, and it's just not fair to our citizenship that we have to live with this. So my recommendation is that you just cut out these flight schools and thank you. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Foster.
Good evening. My name is Foster Rash, and I want to talk to anyone that may be thinking, gee, didn't you know there was an airport there when you bought the house? Well, we've lived in our house for 45 years. We've always coexisted with the airport. It's been there the entire time. But what's going on now is new. And it's these flight schools. They fly 24/7. This morning it started at my house at 6:30 with the first flight over, just a few hundred feet above my roof. By 9 or 10 o'clock they were coming in at less than a minute apart. And it went on all day. And when we left at about 4:30 this afternoon to come down here, there were still 3 planes visible overhead. And we need to get back to some respect for the neighborhood from these flight schools. They queue these planes up Typically, I can see 2 at a time coming over my place. One breaks left, one breaks right, sometimes as many as 3. The noise is non-stop. One doesn't fade out before another one is coming in. And it's the same planes. They just circle. The first time I started looking into it, I got a story that, well, they're doing maintenance on the runway and they're waiting for permission to land.
Sir, your
Well,
time's
that's
concluded.
just bullshit. Okay? They weren't waiting for permission
Thank you,
to
sir. That
land.
is your time.
Sir, your time's concluded.
Thank you, sir.
This has got to be curtailed.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not saying kick out all the flight schools, but there's got to be some limits on their hours of operation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, please respect the time.
Thank you for your testimony.
One plane can swoop in and out and do. That's the problem.
Understood.
Especially those. Thank you.
Thank you, Foster. Next is Patrick.
Good evening. My name is Pat Ross, and we've lived in our house through 3 council district redistricting. The 8th district, the 7th district, and now the 5th district. Long time. And I totally agree. We knew when we moved in, we had the airport, we supported the airport. I love LGB, but right now, this is all new. I'm retired. I spend a lot of time in my yard. I enjoy it. But it's a constant, I call them mosquitoes. Yep. It's just a constant buzzing. I get the jobs. I get the pilot training. There's nothing we can do. You know, we need the pilots. But at this point in time, I feel like we are being abused. For the benefit of the airport, for the benefit of everyone who doesn't live under it. So I feel like we need to do something. And I'm asking you, if you're going to do a study, do an honest study. Get the data correct. The touch and goes need to be documented. They need to be addressed. The touch and goes, because what happens is they take off, they gun their engines, so they're even louder when they take off than when they're just flying around. So please look at the data and be honest about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Megan.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us out. I know there's some heightened emotions right now. I mostly had my talking points touched upon already, but the one I did want to mention is I actually had planned to bring some charts to this meeting. So I went online to the Long Beach Airport website and I pulled down data on all of the airplane operations that are performed. Every month we have that data going back to 2017 on the airport, and I thought maybe that would be really useful. It turns out it's not, because my understanding from talking to Lisa is that the airport doesn't actually track the touch and goes, which, as you can tell, is what the community is really complaining about. They don't track those as separate operations, whereas the FAA guidelines say that you're supposed to track every touch and go as 2 operations. And so right now, it appears that looking at the data, it doesn't seem that compelling. We seem like a bunch of whiners. And so I want to just bring up that we really do need to make sure that when we do this, when we do this study, we need to make sure that we're doing it honestly, and we need to make sure that the data that we're pulling reflects the experience, the lived experience of all of the people in this district. One last thing I wanted to note is talking about the lead pollution problem. I am so excited that we just started offering unleaded avgas. I just don't think that people are going to use it if it's more expensive. And to put away any possibility that this is hysteria on the part of moms and residents, I know at least one mother who this week got back her 2-year-old's blood tests, and she's in the 95th percentile for blood lead levels. So this is something that's important and affecting our families now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our final speaker, Dolce.
Hello, I'm Glennis Dolce. I've lived in Cal Heights for 43 years now, and like some of the previous speakers, we've dealt with the airport and been involved in airport issues. Are we going to listen, or are we talking? Yeah, figuring out who's speaking next. Okay,
Please
thank
continue.
you. So, speaking to the touch and goes, They're supposed to only do touch and goes between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and till only 3 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. Well, after that point, they transition to what's called the stop taxi back and go, which only adds a couple of minutes to the operation. So it makes no difference to us on the ground whether it's a touch and go or a stop taxi back and go. And I think that is a loophole that these flight schools use that you can fly a plane through. So that has to be changed, along with many other things. The frequency is destroying the neighborhood. The best thing I can say about coming to this meeting tonight is that I'm not subjecting myself to hours of planes circling my house tonight. So, yeah, we're enjoying it. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you all for coming out. And again, for being patient. Thank you to all of the folks who came out and didn't speak but gave us comments here. All of the council members got copies of these, and they are part of the record. And we appreciate you continuing to communicate with us. Director Guidry is here, so you heard all of that, and you and I speak frequently about this. So I had a couple of questions that I wanted just to add, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about the team's next steps in response to the item.
Well, good evening. Thank you for bringing this forward. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, and to the community for coming out and spending time speaking your very clear, frustrating comments regarding general aviation activity. I will start out by saying that general aviation has definitely increased over the last several years. Prior to the pandemic, we saw a certain set of numbers and frequency, and as we're starting to look more and more at the data, and it's reflected in the noise reports, there has been a significant increase in GA activity. And that's not any new news to anyone, but it certainly is for us wanting to understand what are those multiple reasons why we're seeing that general aviation activity. We have had a number of conversations with several different entities, FAA being one, as far as understanding what they're hearing and speaking to them about some of the comments that we're seeing locally. And what we're finding out is that it's not just a local issue. This has been something that is brewing, if you will, across definitely our nation, but also from a regional perspective and here more locally, we're seeing the effects of the increase in GA flight training as the industry tries to prepare and fill a gap in pilots. That's one piece. There's also other multiple pieces that we're looking at as far as, I heard someone talk about the construction activity. We've had 2 back-to-back projects at the airport that we do feel has made a difference as well. The operations have gone to our more northern runway as opposed to our main runway when we had those nightly closures, and that was over a year of work on our airfield. So there is a difference that the community is hearing, and so we're understanding that it is a lot different than it has been. We're also seeing some other challenges in understanding what's happening from a local perspective and a regional perspective of other airports choosing to limit their operations, and we're asking the question of, well, how do they get to do that, and what's in store here for Long Beach, and getting a better understanding of that. So there are multiple reasons that we're really peeling back and trying to understand even more and more. The data, as well as looking at the overall numbers, trying to pull what we're hearing as the main concern as the training operations from the flight schools, and peeling and extracting that data from our ANOM system is critically important as well. And so we will look forward to bringing a comprehensive report back to City Council. I will say that when the comments start coming a couple of months ago, and we're looking at the data and not trying to understand it, I also and our team asked our city attorney office to help us understand what our grant obligations, understanding what limits that we have or not, so that we can all come back with some possible additional solutions and a way to move forward. Certainly, there's two things I would say off the bat that we know are different than some of our other local airports that have a robust GA activity. We are number one, a federally obligated airport. That's one big, huge difference. And we do have one of the strongest noise ordinances in our country, in our nation. And so there are limitations that go with that.
Please.
That go with that.
This is.
And so those are some of the things that when we bring back a detailed report of what does that mean. And so these are the questions that I've asked our city attorney office, as well as talking to the FAA. And other colleagues in the industry that are starting to see similar things at their airports.
Great, thank you. And that was one of the things I wanted to make sure that was really clear, is providing an overview of the noise ordinance, what it covers, what it doesn't cover, how it came to be, the history of it, and the importance of it to the Long Beach community as part of your report, please. I'd also if I could just finish really quickly, if you could include current voluntary efforts being undertaken by GA operators locally to mitigate or self-regulate that have started some success, or if there are any voluntary operations happening. Associated fees, I know people talked about cost and what does the airport make off of this kind of question. And you mentioned the other thing about the impact of changes in other flight schools and cities that are impacting us as well, if that could be reported back as well as part of your report. And those are the questions that I had to add, and I ask my colleagues' support on the item.
Thank you. Councilman Supernaw?
Thank you, especially thank you to Councilwoman Kerr for inviting me to sign on this item. I appreciate everyone's patience here tonight, and also for reaching out to our office. And I'm very impressed at the documentation you put together, and it looks like you know the drill. And please keep up that work. I want to give you some hope, and this isn't the first time that this council has dealt with changes in noise volumes. Kind of a nice message is that the 3 council members who led the charge 5 or 6 years ago are still here. Councilman Al Austin and Roberto Uranga and I actually exposed what was happening, and independent of our noise ordinance, it was being a carrier decided just to pay the fines. And so it's not the end of the day when you have a noise ordinance in place. I just looked at my notes from back in the day, and we understand the concept of it wasn't always this way. And when it changes, you need to take action. I believe back in the day I said that the carrier averaged $392,000 a year. Average between 2012 and 2016, and then in 2017, the first 5 months of that year, the fines went to $639,000. I remember this, one of the executive officers of the carrier stood at the podium, actually it was in the old building, and said, "We totally respect your noise ordinance." And I think my retort was, okay, so you racked up $639,000 worth of fines in the first 5 months. I'd hate to see the situation if you didn't respect our noise ordinance. And so we have to be really diligent with this, and I just want to give you hope that we've tackled these things in the past. And I think you've... And I'll tell you one thing, I know you've been suffering with this a long time, but you've really fast-tracked this process, thanks to Councilwoman Kerr, and to get this out here and heard. And we hope to have a comprehensive report back very soon. So thanks again.
All right, thank you. So I want to again acknowledge Councilmember Kerr, who did bring this up and say we need to get this going immediately. And thank all of you for being patient. There's a lot. We're dealing with a homeless emergency. We just had a hurricane in Long Beach. Things come up, but we got this in as early as possible. I think what's clear to me, something changed. I've been on the council. I've been in, here for many discussions. I've never received as many complaints on this issue as we have now. So clearly something's changed. There are good questions to be answered here about what's going on with respect to noise. And then I just want to lift up the lead issue that, I didn't know that was coming up tonight, but that's something that I think is important as well. I hope that that's also addressed because the city council did do a motion maybe 2 years ago to begin talking about what the next steps are. And we did some incentives. We did incentivize unleaded fuel to come. We did add to our federal legislative agenda to engage and advocate on federal guidelines at FAA on the standards, but I could use a refresher on where we are and what our actionable next steps are to make sure we're moving toward a cleaner airport. So I would love to see that included. The last thing I'll say is I know that industry is likely listening to this hearing tonight. I think it's important. I think there's a problem. So I hope those who are listening understand that something's going to have to change because this is not acceptable as status quo. Councilmember Kerr.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that we do have the lead issue. The unleaded fuel is the last point we're asking because we do know that it is offered now at Long Beach Airport. Again, what are those incentives that we could do? I know Director Guidry and I talked pre-budget cycle if there were things we needed to bring up in the budget cycle, but we're working with the FAA on ways that we can fund additional incentives. So a report back on those would be really helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 27, please. Shoreline Village lease.
Report from Economic Development, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents necessary for the second amendment to the lease with Gateway Enterprises and ABA Shoreline Village for property located at 429 Shoreline Village Drive, District 1.
All right, we're going to give it a moment before we start the brief staff report here. And if we can just keep it a little bit down as we exit, we still got a long council meeting ahead of us. All right, Mr. Modica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We'll do a very brief staff report by Mary Torres and Bo Martinez.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is related to approximately 7 acres of city-owned waterfront property in the state Tidelands. The lessee, which is
Mayor,
Gateway Enterprises LLC.
Point of order. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, let's wait.
We're going to wait
Okay.
for the noise crowd to get a little bit more quiet.
What?
All right, we're gonna hold for a moment. And if staff can go back and close that door, that would be helpful. All right, let's proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item before you is related to approximately 7 acres of city-owned waterfront property in the state Tidelands. The lessee, which is Gateway Enterprises LLC, and ABA Shoreline Village LLC as tenants in common. They've leased the property since April of 2000. Their current term is scheduled to terminate on November 14th, 2047. They currently operate the multi-retail center known as Shoreline Village. Their monthly rent is based on monthly percentage rent based on 20% of the adjusted net operating income paid in the prior calendar year. The lessee approached the city wishing to make some planned improvements to the facility, to the project, which includes a like-new refresh of the leased premises, a complete renovation of the boardwalk, facade updates, building and common area access enhancements, and a parking structure. The lessee will be required to invest a minimum of $8 million in capital improvements. The lease will be extended 25 years through November 13th, 2072. And within 30 days after entitlement of the proposed project by the Coastal Commission, the lessee will remit an extension fee of $1.5 million. There is a mutual termination option where either party may terminate if the Coastal Commission does not approve or substantially alters the proposed project from what was approved by the Planning Commission in June of 2023. Therefore, the recommendation is to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary for the second amendment to the amended and restated lease number 24800. This concludes my staff report. I'm available for any questions.
Is there a picture of the improvements?
There are renderings, but I don't know that we have it included.
Got it. All right, we'll now go to public comment. We have 9 members of the public signed up to speak. Ray Lawson, Deborah Fixon, Michael Cole, Stacy Lee, Erica Haddock, Michael Takahashi, John Edmond, Javier Gradino, and Austin Matoyer. Ray, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Long night, but the Carpenters were here. We're hanging. I'm a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters, and my brothers and sisters here are also here making the sacrifice, Long Beach residents, and we just like to say that we approve for the extension of the lease on the Shoreline Village project. It's when the city comes together and works together with the developer to hire a responsible contractor that pays prevailing wages and that will work with everyone to see that people can have a livable wage. We've seen all the presentations on homelessness, on all the struggles that the city has, but we think when you give them a livable wage, when you have a prevailing wage job like this, it can help tackle homeless. It can go for miles in tackling homelessness. So we just ask that that happens, that local hires be provided, apprenticeship programs, so they can move up in social mobility and be able to work for the future and be able to one day own a home in Long Beach. So we approve of the extension of this lease, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Deborah Fixon, then Michael Cole. Deborah, no? Okay, Michael? Is Michael here? No? Okay, Stacy Lee? Okay. Erica Haddock?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all the city council members. My name is Erica Haddock. I work at Tequila Jack's, right around the corner. I've been there for 8 years. I started as a server, worked my way up to a manager. I could work at any restaurant, but I choose to work at Tequila Jack's. It's a wonderful organization. It also feels like I'm always working on a vacation destination. I get to see the water every day. I meet people from around the world who come to get a bite to eat. They're on a cruise or visiting on a holiday. Not to mention all the convention goers from across the country we get, and I've been able to call a lot of our regulars family and friends. All of that said, there are often comments about the struggles to find a parking space. In fact, sometimes they turn around at the slight idling of the cars lining up in the parking lot or the infamous lot full sign. I'm so excited and very supportive about the plans to renovate Shoreline Village and to add a new parking structure. We really need this. This will definitely offer all of our visitors a better experience and be something new and exciting for local residents to come check out. Who doesn't want to go to the latest trendy place to hang out, have a cocktail, and eat great food? I know there's a lot of buzz about the large West Harvard development over in the San Pedro area, and I fear this will pull away some of our customers, perhaps even prospective employees that feel they may have better opportunities there. We have to stand out, stay ahead of the game so that this doesn't happen. Revamping Shoreline Village is going to be such a big step towards keeping Long Beach an important stop on everyone's itinerary. The better the business we bring in, the more money we all make, and that bottom line is something I pay attention to for my bosses and for my staff who need their tip income to thrive in the current financial environment. The plans for renovation look modern and inviting. I know I've said this before, but the addition to the parking structure is critical. We need to make our customers feel comfortable as possible and alleviate the congestion in our parking lot. Please approve the plans for Shoreline Village renovation project, and I thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Erica. Next is Michael Takahashi.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Takahashi. I am Vice President of Tequila Jacks, Inc. I'm here to speak in support of the remodel proposed by Shoreline Village. We have been tenants at Shoreline Village for the past 16 years, and we operate a prosperous restaurant business. Shoreline Village has provided us with a beautiful and well-managed location, but improving the land, structures, and amenities is a necessary step to remaining competitive and to continue to attract people to our area. As you are aware, the West Harbor development in San Pedro is currently in construction. It is less than 10 miles away. Once completed, this shopping center and entertainment center will directly compete with Shoreline Village. I'm here to ask the council to support the renovation of Shoreline Village to provide an even more attractive atmosphere for the residents of Long Beach, convention attendees, and tourists, and allow the business owners an opportunity to compete with West Harbor. This will help bring in new visitors and keep our regulars coming back. The #1 complaint about Shoreline Village is the lack of parking. And with increased demand, we will need even more parking, which Shoreline Village has thoughtfully included in their plans. If their project is approved, Tequila Jacks will also move forward on a complete and extensive remodeling of our own restaurant, which will be completed at the same time as the Shoreline Village. We are really excited about this opportunity. I'd like to mention how grateful I am for the excellent administration by Shoreline Village and their vision for the future of our property. I believe a fresh look for Shoreline Village is needed for the city of Long Beach and will contribute to even greater success for Tequila Jacks and my neighboring Shoreline Village businesses. Shoreline Village has proposed an ideal plan, and I'm confident they will execute the project effectively and continue to bring in fresh ideas for events, entertainment, and ways to promote Shoreline Village to the public that highlight our businesses and the beauty of our waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Next is John Edmond.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and our awesome Economic Development team. This is awesome. Elevate 28, Grow Long Beach Initiative. Really would like your support.
All the right words. Thank you. Next is Javier.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Javier Godino. I'm part of the Southwest Regional Mountain State Council of Carpenters. I'm here for you, asked to please approve the lease agreement for this project because it would add valuable job opportunities to local residents that live here in Long Beach. We have disadvantaged workers that need the opportunity to work in the city they live in. This project will provide by using responsible contractor to the work and to use apprenticeship program, state-approved apprenticeship program with a high graduation rate of over 50%. I'm one of those who graduated from that apprenticeship program, and I'm here today, and I enjoy coming here and bringing my family and eating food, and just like they were saying. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Austin Montoyer. Okay, that's a pass. Are you Michael Cole? Yeah. Okay, I called you earlier. I saw two Michaels walked up. Come on up, Michael.
Good evening, and I'm sorry I just stepped out there for a second, but good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, City Council members. My name is Michael Cole. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Select Restaurants, the parent company of Parker's Lighthouse and Queensview Steakhouse. I've been part of the Long Beach community for over 25 years, and I'm here today to comment on the ideas and the proposal Shoreline Village Enterprises is contemplating for the renovation of Shoreline Village. My company understands that our landlord, Shoreline Village Enterprises, is contemplating an investment in the Shoreline Village renovation project in conjunction with signing a ground lease extension for the Shoreline Village property. Since 2000, when Shoreline Village Enterprises purchased the rights to the ground lease, Select Restaurants has had a great working relationship with this landlord through many renovation investments that Select has overtaken over the years. Now that Shoreline Village is undertaking its own renovation, which includes improving upon the parking shortage, my company is more than supportive of this endeavor and looks forward to the continued mutually respectful relationship with Shoreline Village Enterprises for years to come. Therefore, we would like to add our support to Shoreline Village Enterprises' endeavor to extend the ground lease. Since the day Parker's opened in 1983, we have been an iconic restaurant in Long Beach with a very high quality of food and service matching our market position. We have committed to continual investment in our property, our product, and people to maintain that market position and are supporting of Shoreline Village Enterprises' own efforts in that regard. We are proud to be part of serving the Long Beach community and look forward to continuing our relationship in the future. Thank you.
Hello. All right, there it is. All right, that was our final
Actually,
public.
we have one more, Mayor. Austin.
We have one more? Austin passed.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that satisfies our public comment. Before I pass it to Councilwoman Zendejas for a motion, just want to say I'm excited for this project. I think it's great. I agree with much of what people have said here, but I mean, I think it's an iconic space. If you know Long Beach and the downtown and that waterfront, you know Parker's Lighthouse. You've probably been on that boardwalk with your kids for the 4th of July, or the Mardi Gras parade that's there. It's really iconic, and I'm just proud to see these investments take place, and it's important. As it was mentioned, in the next 3 years and 5 years, we'll be showcasing Long Beach to the world, and there's going to be a lot of people right there. And I also recognize the workers. Thank you for speaking up in support of this and recognizing when we invest in things like this, it does create opportunities for good quality local jobs. So this is really exciting, but this is a big project in Council District 1. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. As a person that has visited Shoreline Village for 20 plus years, I'm really excited about this project. It's way overdue. I can't wait to see the final product once it's done. I'm very supportive of this and continuing this lease. With these improvements, we will be able to continue to be a destination with the best waterfront in the region, which I know that we all are very proud of. And I am super excited not only to see that through developments like this, the opportunities that come forward to attract visitors, but not only visitors, but to also provide good paying jobs for our local workers. So really excited to see this project through.
Fantastic. Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I had the opportunity to see the rendering several years ago, and I don't know how much has changed, but a lot of good stuff over there. Just one of the things that I have a couple questions. Just like the airport, Shoreline Village is a citywide asset. And when you're adding 20 years onto a lease, which makes it 20, almost 50 years from now, my question is this $8 million, we have to make sure that this is a benefit. As we're adding a lease, it's worth a lot of money. So when I look at, the $8 million price tag, and you're looking at a lease that's going to go 49 years from now, what's going to happen 20 years? I mean, I get we're going to do some improvements now. We're going to make it pretty for the Olympics coming in, but with a 50-year lease, then what happens? What kind of investment is going to happen to that property 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now?
Vice Mayor Allen, I think this will be one of the first of many renovations and updates that the center will receive over many years. So I would imagine probably in 10 to 15 years, they'll come back to this city and look to, do some more improvements, as well as look at the existing lease agreement and may seek, a new agreement going forward. But, we recognize this is a very valuable asset to the city, and it creates a unique and authentic experience for consumers. And we're just going to need to continue to invest in the asset and as we move forward.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I am also want to say the parking structure is going to be amazing. I think that that's one of the complaints that we always hear, that parking is really difficult over there. So I'm super excited. I don't know how they're going to do all these renovations for $8 million, but I suppose that's just a minimum that they have to invest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to supporting this project.
2 thumbs up for more parking. Absolutely. All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Congratulations. Item 23, please.
Item 23, a report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive the sporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and grant an entertainment permit with conditions for entertainment with dancing at Alter Brands at 230 Pine Avenue, District 1. There is an oath required for this hearing. Will those who are testifying in this item please raise your right hand and repeat after me, or I'm sorry, say I do or I will at the end of the statement. Do you and each of you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now and pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tatum.
Mayor, members of the council, we have Junie Salcido here. He will make the presentation for this public hearing.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is an application for entertainment with dancing for Alter Brands, LLC, doing business as Alter. The establishment is located at 230 Pine Avenue, not too far from here, and operates as an entertainment event space on the upper floors and a brewery on the first floor. The business has an ABC license type 75, on sale general, brew pub, which allows for the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits for consumption on the premises. The location is in the downtown dining and entertainment district, which has a specific operating conditions included in the Long Beach Municipal Code, section 5.72, for all entertainment permits in that area. These conditions have been distributed tonight as they were not originally included in your packet. Pardon our error, but there is very little change other than the specific process and established tiers for mitigating non-compliant activities. I, along with a representative from the Long Beach Police Department, are available to answer any questions that you may have. That concludes my staff report.
All right, thank you. It's been Councilwoman Zendejas, anything?
I just want to say how excited I am about seeing this permit application come through as an addition to our historic Pine Avenue business corridors. Businesses are continuing to look to Long Beach as a destination, and I am committed to advancing our city as a business-friendly city. So thank you very much, Junie, for that presentation, and I'm super excited to see this business open on Pine Street.
Thank you. Is there public comment here? Okay, seeing none, I'll also say it's a great venue. We were able to work with the Mayor's Fund to host an event there not long ago. It's going to be a tremendous asset to the downtown. So, more good things. Okay, seeing no public comment, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We're now moving to ordinances. Item 29.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to declare ordinance adopting an amendment to ordinance number C-6496 relating to departmental organization of the City of Long Beach, read and adopted as read, citywide.
All right, these are all the second reading on the budget. Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
30.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to declare ordinance approving resolution number UT-1482, fixing rates and charges for water, sewer, and gas service to all customers, read and adopted as read, citywide.
We need a second. Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Councilman Austin? Motion is carried.
31.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to declare ordinance approving and adopting the official budget of the City of Long Beach for the fiscal year 2023-2024, read and adopted as read, citywide.
We need a motion and a second. It's the budget. It doesn't go in unless we do it. Any public comment? Okay, members, please cast your vote. Whew. Budget's actually passed now.
Motion is carried.
33.
Communication from Councilwoman Zendejas, Councilmember Uranga, recommendation to increase appropriations in the Special Advertising and Promotion Fund Group in the City Manager Department by $3,250, offset by 1st and 7th Council District one-time district priority funds to support the 2023 Hispanic Heritage Month celebration.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
34.
Communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations in the General Fund Group in the City Manager Department by $4,650, offset by the 6th Council District one-time district priority funds to provide contributions to Long Beach Camerata Singers, Food Chain Workers Alliance, Cambodia Town Inc., and Long Beach Forward.
Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman, motion is carried.
Thank you. We're now at our second general public comment. All right, we have two members of the public signed up to speak, Dave Shukla and Tiffany Samoy Davey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dave Shukla, and I live in the 3rd District. Since co-founding the Long Beach Alliance for Clean Energy in 2017, after lead was found in the drinking water at Cal State Long Beach, I've addressed this body numerous times on state policy and legislation related to climate and the environment. SB 100 in the old building, more recently SB 1147, and AB 1857, other ones in this room. Tonight, I would like to explain how Senate Bill 567, the Homelessness Prevention Act, will benefit each and every one of your districts and the city as a whole. SB 567 expands the 2019 Tenant Protection Act, AB 1482, to limit landlord abuse of no-fault and just cause evictions. SB 567 tightens the definition of substantial renovation. It allows tenants to move back in at the same rent if no such renovations take place. SB 567 requires owners to identify which family members would be moving into a property and require that that designated person actually stays in a property for a year. And it prohibits SB 567, it prohibits tenant displacement if the property has vacant units that could be utilized instead. So for instance, if you have a landlord that lied to their tenant about living in the same single-family home that they had illegally converted into multiple rental units, like Jim Koch at 1864 Hackett Avenue did in 2019, SB 567 would prohibit such a landlord from merely claiming that they were going to do a remodel as a basis to evict their black female tenant, and then turn right back around and relist that unit, that illegal ADU, at a higher rent. Mr. Mayor and council members, as you know, since the end of the eviction moratorium, there's been a raft of these no-fault substantial remodel eviction filings, exploiting the loopholes in 2019's AB 1482. And you've heard over and over again over the past 2 years from housing advocates that it's exactly this abuse that necessitates the Justice Fund that you passed for the tenant right to counsel. There are over 10,000 renters in each and every one of your districts. I don't believe a single council member has ever won a primary or a competitive general election by 10,000 votes. SB 567 would help keep low-income families housed. It would help keep black female tenants who statewide and in Long Beach are at the greatest risk for eviction-related displacement housed. It would greatly help what the city's already undertaken on homelessness as an upstream measure, and I urge you and your state legislators to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany?
Okay, good evening. Going to try to make this short, sweet. Tiffany Davey, resident of Long Beach for about half my life now, once I moved here to attend Cal State Long Beach many years ago. Just some primary points of interest and concern, why I'm here now the most I've been in the past year and a half. It relates to one single issue. My concern lies with a specific department. The topic of accountability, specifically as a duty to inspect, as that then pertains to violations of California Civil Code 1941.2 for unpermitted dwellings, especially for a unit that hasn't been inspected for 70 years, much less in the past 15. Secondary and tertiary concerns exist to a few more factors. City Council offices' failure to respond to constituents regardless of any bias they may possess towards an individual constituent. Furthermore, I don't believe any city department should interfere with the constituents' ability to litigate in regards to any valid violations, reduce potential significant harm, reduce lack of our most important resource, which is time. Few laws that are really important, and sure, many cases contributed to their importance. Noted already, California Civil Code 1941.2, Health and Safety Code 17920.3, as it relates to health and safety. Let's see, harassment, retaliation, civil rights, 12120, 12130, subsection 12162, Ralph's Civil Rights Act, California Civil Code, subsection 1927, and Long Beach Municipal Code 8.101. That's all.
Thanks, Tiffany. That satisfies public comment. We're now at announcements and adjournment. All right, seeing no announcements, this city council meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night. Councilmember Exodi, I just adjourned the meeting. Go ahead.
I'll be fast. I'm going to invite everybody. I'm inviting people out to attend the NAM Neighborhood Association meeting on Thursday, September 14th from 7 p.m. to 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. It is real late. For more information, please email office at district9@longbeach.gov. I'm also inviting everyone out to attend the DeForest Park Neighborhood Association's Teen Summit. This event will be held on Saturday, September 16th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Michelle Obama Neighborhood Library, located at 5870 Atlantic Avenue. For more information, you can contact my office at district9@longbeach.gov or the Neighborhood Association DeForest Park at info@deforestpark.org. And lastly, I'd like to invite everybody out to the Luxury Inn Conversion Community Meeting on Saturday, September 16th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. They'll be held at 5950 Long Beach Boulevard. Again, you can contact my office at district9@longbeach.gov for more information.
Thank you. Councilman Austin?
Okay. Thank you. I'm happy to invite everyone to the 3rd annual Healthy Habits event. My team and I have been collaborating with the Help Me Help You organization at Perry Lindsay Middle School Academy this Saturday from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. We'll provide free groceries, backpacks, school supplies, raffle prizes, and sweet treats. Please Contact my office for more information at 562-570-6685. I'd also like to make an announcement for my friends at the Assistant League of Long Beach. They are asking for volunteers to participate in their signature philanthropic program, Operation School Bell, which provides new school uniforms and supplies to underserved Long Beach Unified School District students. You can sign up to volunteer or get more information at www.assistanceleague.org/Long Beach. That's all. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. Tomorrow night, Cal State Long Beach Environmental Impact Report presentation, 6 p.m. live meeting at the Pyramid. The following night, Thursday, is a virtual edition of that meeting if you can't go in person. Also, Thursday night is a 4th District Aquarium night, so contact our officer if you need any details. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
All right, thank you. We are adjourned for the second time tonight. Have a good night. Thank you.